Okay, thank you. Our moderator today is Ms. Faizatul Hikmah, S. SOS MM. She completed her Bachelor degree of International Relationship at Universitas Jember, Indonesia. She also finished her Master of Management at STIE Perbanas Surabaya.
Her job experiences are lecturer at STIE Perbanas Surabaya, marketing officer at PT Mandiri Bahari Lines, and business development officer at Merpati Training Center. For the next agenda, it will be guided by a moderator, Ms. Faizatul Hikmah. Time is yours.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Ponta and Ais. Yep, it is an honor for me to guide you for our panel discussion today and for our second ICOBBI International Conference on Business and Banking Innovations. As we know that we are now facing a very special condition in the midst of VUCA or volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and also ambiguity, we also have to face the pandemic era that forcing us to adapt to a new normal conditions, especially for businesses. So the businesses have are really struggling hard to sustain their business. So in regards to this, in this very special occasions, we will have a fruitful discussions with three well-known academicians here to share the thoughts. So now I would like to welcome our three keynote speakers for today. Professor Conlatis Garawong, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, good morning, Professor. How are you?
Pretty good. And you?
Okay, thank you. And then our second keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Elisa Nasruddin. Good morning, Dr. Elisa. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Elisa. Okay, and our third keynote speakers is Professor Angelica. Good morning, Professor Angelica.
At the moment, good morning to you and assalamualaikum. Just now, I was not able to get through. Is
Okay.
Alicia speaking?
Oh, Dr. Alicia. Okay,
Yes,
Dr.
saya.
Alicia,
Ya. Terima
Waalaikumsalam.
kasih. Terima kasih.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Okay, and Professor Angelica, you are also here now, Professor Angelica. Good morning. Okay, maybe it is mute, Professor Angelica. The voice is still mute.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, good morning to you, Miss
Yeah,
Faizatul.
yeah. Good
And
morning.
I'm would like to congratulate you because you graduated your masters in one of the best university in Indonesia and in Asia Pacific,
Thank you
the
so much.
STIE
Thank you so much.
Perbanas.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you
And
so much,
you,
Professor
Dr.
Angelica.
Angelica.
Yes, under the
Okay.
leadership of Dr. Tatik Suryani. Good morning, Dr.
Yeah.
Tatik.
Morning, Dr.
Yes.
Angelica. Thank you very much for your sharing today.
Yes,
My
my
thesis is
pleasure.
also under supervision of Professor Tati Suryani, Professor Angelica.
Yes, salute to Dr. Tatik.
Yeah. Okay. Now I would like to introduce more detail for our keynote speakers. So I will read the CV of our keynote speakers. ICT team, please. Okay. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Conlatis Darawong, PhD. Professor Conlatis Darawong, PhD, gained his PhD in Management School of Management, Asian Institute of Technology, and his MBA concentrating in marketing from National Institute of Development Administration, or NIDE. His working experience right now, he is a graduate College of Management Sri Patum University Chonburi campus in Thailand. He also an expert in marketing because we have a lot of experience here in marketing. So, and then move to our next speakers. Okay, our second keynote speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Elisa Nasruddin. She is a PhD from UM with a concentration on technology and quality management, and also she achieved her Master of Science from Bradford University in Industrial Technology and Manufacturing Management. Her consultancy and industrial experience is a corporate consultant trainer on charting sustainable path for organization for Flextronic, and also consultancy project for Sigit Pinang, Thunderprint, and MCD Network. And our last but not least keynote speaker is Professor Angelica. Yeah, Professor Angelica M. Bailen, FDR, SFR, IEDR, RIIVPF, DFR, IEDR, AFNI, MIMAREST. I hope that I am not misspelled, Professor Angelica.
Not at all. No worries. You don't have to read that. Just call me Angelica. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Professor Angelica is a pioneer of MEEP External Relation Director from 2014 and now. And she also has achieved a lot of achievement here, as we can see here. Okay, so before we start, I would like to say our gratitude. Thank you for all the keynote speaker for giving your time to share your thought for our seminar session today. So before we start our discussion, I would like to inform our rule of thumb for this seminar. To all the speakers, you are all given 25 minutes to deliver the presentation. And for all the participants, we will also have a question and answer sessions that is consists of three questions. So the participant, you can write down your question in the chat room, or you can raise your hand when all the presenter finish to deliver the presentations. So now, without any further ado, I would like to invite our first speakers to deliver the speech. Professor John Latis, time is yours. For ICT, please kindly share the materials.
Okay, thank you everyone. Can you please play my file? I already recorded my voice, so you can ask me any questions after the presentation.
Okay.
Can you turn up the voice? I don't hear it.
Okay, this is your presentation is already showed up.
Can you, because I already recorded my voice on the slide.
Oh, I see. Okay. The ICT, please kindly share the first. There is a voice in the second page, if I'm not wrong. So the previous.
Can you go back to the first slide, please?
The first slide, ICT, please.
Can you see the recorded voice underneath? So each slide has the voice recording.
Servers throw nothing away from their production line, so there's no garbage and no trash. So it helps them to reduce the need for purchasing new commodities because that waste can return to the production process. So the production and the transportation is best achieved with renewable energy. This energy refers to as clean energy. So it comes from natural resources such as wind and solar power. So these energy are constantly replenished For example, sunlight keeps shining and the wind keeps blowing, even if their availability depends on time and the weather. To define a term of circular economy, we have to know two major cycles of materials that are involved in this economy. First, biological cycle starts from natural resources, in this case, a banana tree that bears banana fruit. Then the bananas are harvested and transported to the factory for the packaging. Next, the product goes to the market and consumed by the consumer. Once the products are consumed, their waste will go to agricultural process for plantation. And second cycle is technical or man-made materials such as plastic, steel, or even gold. These materials will be inputs of the manufacturing factory to produce products such as mobile phone for consumer. When the product is used and expired, their part can then be dismantled into pieces, separated, and purified as an input for another production process. Now let's compare circular economy with the traditional one, which is linear economy. In linear economy, the manufacturers take raw material, make their products, and dump waste into landfill or in the oceans. There are two nutrients in the process. Technical nutrients include equipment, machine, or human labor, or skilled. Biological nutrients include raw materials from plants, animal meat, or organic substances. These nutrients are mixed up throughout the process and eventually they produce waste at the end of the production line. And the energy that is needed in the production process is from finite sources such as petroleum or natural gases. On the other hand, in circular economy, these two nutrients are in cycle. For technical nutrients, the energy that is used in the production process is from renewable sources such as I said, wind or sunlight. So these sources are unlimited and it can be reused throughout the process. And for biological nutrients, the waste from the first process can be reused or reprocessed in the second one. So that means there's no waste from the production process. In this case, the management have to rethink about how to reduce, repair, or recycle. Or you may be familiar with these 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle that I'm going to talk about shortly. To make it clear, linear economy starts with taking resources from the nature as an input of the production process. At this stage, the manufacturers utilize fossil fuels like petrol to harvest crops and animals. Then some parts will be left as waste, energies, and unused materials. Then they make products by using those resources and the energy such as electricity, and also leave waste to the environment. At the last stage is the consumers, who are the end users of the products, and dispose the leftover as the waste, or downcycled the waste by recycling it as a low quality input of another production process. When we talked about circular economy, we are all familiar with these 3 different ways to make it happen. First and foremost is reduce, which is most preferred because it only takes the product we need, so we don't even need its packaging. Nowadays, many supermarkets and convenience stores in Thailand reduce the use of plastic bags. This gradually changes consumer behavior to prepare their own bags before going to grocery. Secondly, we reuse the products as much as we can, or we try to find new ways of using it. In Thailand, second-hand products such as clothes, bags, and other accessories are widely sold on Facebook Live. Thirdly, recycle is now being a great concern throughout the world because most of the products, especially made by plastic, are used only once and thrown away to the environment. I will show you some examples of companies that promote the recycled product later on. In this figure shows the reason why recycle should now be a huge concern for all of you. As you can see from this chart, in 1950, the world produced only 2 million tons per year. Since then, annual production has increased nearly 200-fold, reaching 381 million tons in 2015. Imagine in the next 5 years what's going on to happen to our planet. Now let's talk about the statistics of plastic pollution. As you can see here, Indonesia and Thailand are among the countries that generate a large amount of marine garbage. About 80% of marine litter comes from the land-based activities and the rest from sea-based activities such as fishery and tourism. In another statistics, the plastic waste imports in ASEAN countries between 2016 to 2018. As you can see in the graph, Thai recycling factory prefer plastic garbage from outside the country, and it keeps increasing throughout the year because domestic plastic waste is potentially contaminated. Even though plastic waste imported from abroad needs to be in accordance with Thai regulations, many recycling firms can reduce expenses on sorting and cleaning recyclable plastic waste. Luckily, Thai authorities plan to ban the import of all electronics and plastic waste next year in a move of improved garbage management. In the ocean, there are a huge amount of sea animals like whale sharks or sea turtles eating thousands of plastic pieces a day. I myself couldn't even take a close look at these pictures. I feel really sorry for these innocent creatures. Even worse, the coronavirus pandemic worsens all the countries around the world, including Thailand and Indonesia. The crisis has also brought about a resurgence of single-use plastics. The average amount of plastic waste went from 2,200 tons per day in 2019 to approximately 3,500 tons per day between January and April 2020. The rise in the month of April alone was nearly 62%. Now let's talk about how recycling works. As you can see from the figure, there are two ways of recycling: downcycling and upcycling. In downcycling process, the used product is broken down as the basic materials such as plastics, papers, metals, or glass that can be remade into something new. These new products are usually lower quality than they were before being recycled. In the process of upcycling, you do not have to break anything down. The product may be reworked or reconstructed in a number of different ways, but the material stays the same or better quality when we started. A good example of upcycling product is from two Freitag brothers from Zurich, Switzerland, who developed a tote bag from the used truck tarps. I'm going to talk about their upcycled products later on. Here is another example showing how the product is recycled. In this case, textile fiber used to make fabrics and then moved on to the design, manufacturing, distribution, and sale, ending it with its use by the consumer. Once the product has been discarded, it is disposed by its user. The process of downcycling delays the journey of clothing items to the landfill. The products are recycled and transformed into other materials or products of lower quality and value and put them on sale in the second-hand markets. When the product can no longer be recycled or reused, it is sent to landfill. Instead, upcycling occurs when the product is transformed into another product of equal or higher quality or better value than the initial product. In this case, the fashion industry, existing garments or textiles can be disassembled and transformed into new product. Starting with new life cycle, which time starts with the design phase and extends along the entire cycle, making many more people interact. Now, let me show you another example of Dow Cycle products. In this picture, the paper can only be recycled into the same kind of paper or one of lesser value. High quality office paper with white and strong fiber can be recycled into photocopying paper and then moved to the cardboard for packaging. In the last stage, paper fiber can get turned into the tissue paper and down the line until the cellulose fibers get too short and can no longer be used. And here is the second example of Dow Cycle product is to develop new product from recycled plastic before going to the landfill, such as in this picture, recycled plastic can turn to chairs, decorations, roofing sheets, and even plastic pallets. And the third example is steel from car scraps that is contaminated with other metals such as copper that can't be recycled back into the cars. Instead, it is downcycled by remelting it into lower grade construction steel and steel pipes. Now, the recycled products can also be produced to the same level of the quality product. For example, here, a group of the volunteers collected pieces of rubber waste on the beach, and the pieces of ocean waste are pulverized, mixed, and put through the heated press to make rubber mats, which is the first step in the recycling process. These recycled rubber mats from the heat press are on their way to the assembly line to make the colorful flip-flops. Now it's time for upcycled products. As I said earlier, a good example company that upcycle material is Freitag, founded by two brothers Daniel and Marcus from Zurich in 1993. Today, Freitag is synonymous for Zurich's transformation into a stylish, lively metropolis. Freitag stands for innovation, creativity, and environmental awareness. Their first prototype of the Messenger bag in 1993 was hand-sewn in a small flat in Zurich made out of used truck tops, used car seat belts, and bicycle inner tubes. Here are another example of Freitag, including backpacks, messenger bags, shoulder bags, and other accessories. Another world-famous company like Adidas has sold 1 million pairs of sneakers made from ocean trash. Each sneaker repurposes approximately 11 plastic bottles intercepted before they could enter the ocean. And the good news is, Adidas' goal is to phase recycled plastic into all of its shoes by 2020. In Thailand, there are many large organizations that are promoted upcycling activities in the wide areas, especially in tourist destinations. One of the renowned companies is PTT Global Chemical Public Company Limited. Their project Upcycling the Oceans Thailand is a collaborative initiative between three leading organizations. The first one is the Tourism Authority of Thailand, PTT itself, and the ICOBBI Foundation, which is a non-profit organization that started the Upcycling the Oceans project in Spain. This project started producing t-shirts from plastic bottles collected from the beach and the ocean. The plastic is transformed into yarn to be used in fabric production, and it can be sold at the price of 299 baht or only $10. As you can see here, this t-shirt is designed by one of the most famous Thai actors, James Jirayu. You can see the slogan "Trash to Treasure" on his chest. That signifies the value of this project. Hopefully, this project is a starting point of building up the awareness of environmental concerns for many more large firms throughout the country and throughout the world. I have seen there are many projects that upcycle the oceans in Indonesia as well. Now we move to the conclusion of this presentation. There are three main points that I'd like to emphasize from my presentation. The first one, circular economy is the best way to business survival and sustainability. The second one, recycling process consists of downcycling and upcycling. These two ways of recycling have at least one similarity, that is, they are good for the environmental in the end. And lastly, circular economy requires collaboration from everyone in this world. I hope this presentation can build up the awareness of our environment by starting to change of your attitude and behavior and make this world a better place to live for the next generation. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Do you have any questions on the topic?
Yep. Thank you very much, Professor John Latis. It is very insightful for me, especially I have just known what is upcycling and downcycling. Yeah, there are two terms that I have just known from your presentation. And I actually have a lot of questions, but I will keep it for our last sessions. And now we are moved to our second speakers. Yep. Now that we are going to move to our second speakers, to Dr. Elisha. Yep, Dr. Elisha.
Ya, Assalamualaikum again, warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi Dr. Elisha. Dr. Elisha, would you, which one would be preferable for you? Are you going to share your presentation, or we should share the presentation?
I'm sharing now. Can you see it?
Okay, yeah, we can see that. Yep. Okay, Dr. Elisha, time is yours.
All right, Alhamdulillah. So it is good enough for everyone to see. All right, thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, syukur. Good morning, and my greetings to all the secretariat and the participants for the second day of the second international conference on business and banking innovations. First of all, I'm very much thankful for the opportunity to be part of this auspicious day, second day, and I hope everything will go well towards the end. And I truly appreciate for this opportunity to be with all. And thank you so much, Ibu Tatik and Ibu Faizatul Hikmah and all the secretariat members. And I'm here to just share my thoughts. And actually, I'm very, very thankful from the first speaker for your discussion on circular economy, because it makes it easier for me this time around, because then I'll just extend the discussion from the context of where I come in regards to what I've researched and worked on all this while. Now, I come from a perspective of just to extend from the first speaker about the context of circular economy. And today, circular economy is an area, as a concept that is being taken up actually by large businesses, large corporations around the world, and they have done a lot of good work in it, as shown by the first speaker, what they've done in upcycling, downcycling, and upcycling products and services. It's a wonderful use of technology and innovations on their part. Now, where I come in is just to discuss the context of the true meaning of how circular economy can help us achieve sustainability, especially so from the point of view that now we're talking about achieving the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, and that is where the biggest challenge is, because to achieve sustainable development, the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, we need the participation of everyone, and everyone here means not just corporations, but also the government and the society, and all of us would have to think in sync together and move towards it, and not of course not forgetting the role of universities, especially where research and development is concerned, and also in teaching. So I'm gonna show you the next slide with regards to this context is this, that if there is any, before that, let me pause. If there is any concern with the slides or my voice, please, Ibu Fazatul, do holler and let me know about it. Now,
Yeah, sure, Pak.
the difficulty with any new discussion on the role of business and circular economy or anything of that sort is, number one, is that at the end of the day, it is geared towards meeting the needs of profits and growth and economy and development of the society, which is very important, priority number one. As we know, with the COVID and pandemic situation right now, everyone is talking about unemployment, the problem of people going back to work, the problem of parents needing to go to work and the children needing to go to school, and all those things play a role. And there is a lot of stress on the issue of employment and economy, growth economy. That's why whatever we do, we still have to consider the issue of growth and economy. And this is where the essence of capitalism playing a role, where whenever we talk about upcycling, downcycling, circular economy, that at the end of the day is how do we make the economy grow. And so it's about producers who are dependent upon the market. We need to sell commodities in the market in order to re-enter production continuously. You got to sell. We need to talk about the market, creating new markets. We also need to talk about competition, because in order for you to continue to enter the market and sell, you need to create more competition. And in order to show that you are competitive, you have to increase your efficiency. While you talk about new green technologies, you still have to consider whether you are competitive, so that you continue to sell in the market. And last but not least, you either grow or die. It's a law of survival in the marketplace. If you are not able to survive, then what happens to your staff, what happens to the needs of society, what happens to how the government can continue to develop further. So this is the context of where we come in. Now, in order to, therefore, we are talking about, if you want to achieve sustainability, it has to be done within a pro-growth capitalist framework, which means that capitalism is sufficient. Capitalism must be seen from the point of view that it is malleable. You can use it to subordinate profit making to saving the earth. You can do two things at the same time. You can use it to save the earth. Right. So with that in mind, then this is where then when we talk about circular economy, it comes from within the ecological economics framework, which means that that at the end of the day, the famous Herman Daly, an author that is known in ecology economics, is saying that at the end of the day, we can attain sustainability when we think about using the level of resource, which means the natural resources out there that's available, we can use it sufficiently for a good life. As long as you use it sufficiently for a good life for the population, within the carrying capacity of the environment, as long as the environment can allow it to happen at a certain level, we allow it to happen, use the natural resources, and if generalized to the whole world, it is used within the carrying capacity, then once that point placement only. In other words, we should halt reproduction or production and should be for replacement. So we should be, in other words, what we're saying is that there should be a consideration for a lot of downcycling, upcycling in the market all the time, as much as possible, rather than thinking of using the natural resources all the time. So that is the context when we come in, we bring in capitalism and we bring in profit and bring in sustainability, then we talk about ecological economics framework. Then that's where we ask ourselves, can capitalism be environmental friendly? Which means that physical growth must cease, must stop. And a capitalist economy should not grow quantitatively. At some point, we should not grow quantitatively. Is it possible? And second, if the large organizations out there must answer to their shareholders with relentless pressure to grow sales and create employment for society, can that happen? How do we do that, right? So there is a context. Can capitalism be environmental? People are, a lot of societies, the civil societies, the government, even industrialized economies are talking about, can we achieve steady state capitalism, which means you limit the scale. However, in order to do so, government must be effective in directing corporations with policies to limit scale of production. And in order to do so, we are also talking about lowering quotas of production for polluting industries. So polluting industries is still here. But what happens is polluting industries like coal-fired power plants or toss down more and more to be efficient coal-fired power plants. They have learned to be very efficient, and they call themselves environmental friendly chemical plants. Now, if you have that situation, right, and they are competing with renewable energy power plants, right, and they seem to be more efficient and able to produce products and services which are cheaper, should we shut them down? Can we shut them down? Can we limit the scale of production? So you lower the quotas of production, but actually employs as many more employees than any more renewable energy plants. Then we have the issues of unemployment, issue of recession, issue of falling revenues. How do we manage this steady state capitalism or limiting the scale? Right? So this is the challenges we have. So now from that enters a new type of economy called the eco-socialist efficiency economy. Now, this is an economy that is an economy by the people that is geared to production for need, not for profit. That is a challenge that we face today. If you want to achieve the social SDG goals of tomorrow, it is going to be difficult whether we can move towards an eco-socialist efficiency economy. What does that mean? It's an economy that is building, that is providing products and services that is and these products and services are based on durable and long-lasting models. So you do not necessarily have to create new design products for the sake of designing, but it is long-lasting models that last long. And that may not require downcycling, upcycling as much. Renewable technologies that is common to all, it's available to all, that is available, that every household can have them, whether they're rich or poor, you can find them in all households. You phase out destructive industries such as coal-fired power plants. You break out from the iron cage of consumerism with different value systems which prioritize sustainable consumption. What does it mean? We are all consumers. We do not think of not buying, not purchasing new models of handphones or new models of new technology gadgets, because we feel that it is very important. It may reflect certain values, certain needs that we want to have. We want to live in a big house. We want to live with more than one car. We want to go on holidays. We want to eat the good food in life. So this is allowing us more and more to be consumerists, but we need to consider different values or different systems which prioritize sustainable consumption. Now that would mean that corporations' role in circular economy would be to create more sustainable choices culture than just very diverse choices, but more sustainable. And we should have desired changes rather than back to status quo. In other words, corporations that can self-penalize themselves, or government that penalizes them for not helping to move towards sustainable consumption. And also community-led initiatives, UI, the society, we ourselves desire that change rather than being pushed, being forced, or being limited. So we also lead the way towards sustainable consumption. And corporate policies and practices must show that they are committed to this themselves. And that is a very tall order for all. Now, this is what's going on with circular economy. We are actually fixated on a reformist approach. What is a reformist approach? The reformist approach is not necessarily bad. It is what our first speaker was showing just now, how we upcycle, how we downcycle, how we move towards reuse it. This is the reformist approach, which means you maintain the current process of human development built around continual economic growth using technological advancements to address ecological and social harms currently experienced. So technological advancements is the key in a reformist approach. Use green technology to support the idea of being environmental friendly. So then it also justifies us to continue to produce more, but we will continue to produce more, but we use green technology. So this is an example of what we mean when we say the features of a reformist approach means continued economic growth, globalization is acceptable, free trade is necessary, technological advancements is important. So we have environmental-based technologies, organizational innovation, talking about maybe green technologies, new product services design that is related to green innovation, product service innovation, green system innovations. They're all geared towards efficiently using material and resources to reduce the inputs, and the outputs are recycled or upcycled. And that justifies more products, more services, more consumption, more consumerism out there. So, and that being the case, organizations must learn how to profit through this motive, because it's seen to be a new competitive idea that societies love green technology-based product and services. You've got to find out how you can externalize it into the pricing and ecosystem value so that you continue to be profitable as you move along to save the environment. So that is a reformist approach. Now, we are now talking about what if we talk about circular economy and the transformational approach. What does that mean? It means the current dominant economic, political, and institutional system is the root cause of current unsustainable behaviors. We're saying there's something wrong, regardless how we do it. The way the system works is not going to help us to move towards achieving our sustainable development goals in 2030. And that means there is a change in the system. The system itself needs to change. And the system cannot change if the society is not involved. The society must be part and parcel of this change. It cannot be top down. It cannot be the organization decides how the consumer will consume. It cannot be the government decides how we will live in the future about the sustainable future. But it has to be participated by the society, participated by the local entrepreneurs, participated by small businesses as well. So what does this mean? It means that then everyone is thinking about consumptive efficiency. Everyone is talking about stop consumptive growth. Everyone is talking about let's solve poverty through resource allocation, not providing more products and services for the poor to use, saying that, okay, you can have small packets of formula, of milk formula, as long as you buy them. Not that, but it's about how they can live their life without necessarily spending more. And the resource we have should be allocated to solving poverty needs. Cease exploitation of resources from the poor. Look at how we can quantitatively constrain on the use of water, use of natural resources that is being discharged. And ultimately, the most biggest change is system level change, which is social eco-innovation, not just eco-innovation, where companies come in to upcycle and downcycle, but it is a system level change, which is social eco-innovation. So what does that actually mean is, in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that if you want to move towards circular economy and the transformational approach, we need to consider social innovation and the idea of building smart cities or sustainable cities. more and more, since we're talking about economic development, growth, and more we talk about better employment for the poor, then there will be movement towards growth of cities, even in smaller towns. But can we create sustainable cities? Can we integrate circular economy within this type of sustainable cities? And the feature of sustainable cities where circular economy can come in is where we talk about transition towns, where a transition town is a town where you talk about degrowth and more localization, meaning creating community-owned projects. So if you talk about upcycling, downcycling, using of renewable energy, how about the community-owned projects that help to develop such a project that allows us to reduce the use of natural resources? How about what we call sharing city? It's a city what we call collaborative economy, where there is a redistribution of market where unwanted or underused goods are being redistributed or reused, such as it's not something that is being shoved down by the big corporations about what consumers should be using, but it is about the society creating a collaborative economy, sharing the use of resources rather than buying new ones or creating new ones being shoved onto them. A collaborative lifestyles where non-product assets such as time, skills, money, or space are exchanged or traded in new ways. So that would mean that there is a lot of sharing of knowledge, of better lifestyle. And also we talk about product service systems where people pay to access a good rather than buy it. So it could be car share, sharing resources. So this will be a sharing city, an idea of a sharing city that then we can start talk about consumptive efficiency. And a circular economy is built towards the use of building the needs, meeting the needs of the society. So what the society needs, certain tools, certain products, it will be looked into or met upon by the businesses rather than the other way around. And also we talk about solidarity economy, where the society participates. It's called participatory democracy, where there is equity, environmental sustainability, and even what we call here transnational solidarity, where it even go beyond the borders of particular towns, going to other regional states, and it may even go to a country level, where then at the end we're talking about the society deciding what and how they want to spend on the natural resources, how they want to live their life, how they want a more sustainable lifestyle, and the corporations meet the needs. And last but not least, since we talk about local community projects, then we will actually help to create more social entrepreneurship among the society. And imagine even pockets of entrepreneurs coming from the youths, from the local city, where they help create the idea of a city where the society decides how and where they want to spend the natural resources and how they want their lifestyle is. So then it's not anymore about an economy that is driven by the corporations, but it's an economy that is driven by the society. And circular economy of this sort will actually thrive better. And then you will have new markets. You will create new market extensions that is related to using local sources, sourcing local services, local products, local ingredients, and local agriculture will thrive. Can you imagine how this will actually mean with regards to a circular economy that is driven from the context of social innovations, social and innovative systems? Now, then we're really talking about making circular economy works, because circular economy cannot work without the participation of the society. Even if you want to tell the consumers to use downcycle products, upcycle products, without the participation of the society to begin with, that would be difficult. Well, if you go beyond that, there's change in value and social values and paradigm shift among the society can also tell off the corporations for not behaving the way they should behave, because they are still profit motivated at the end. So this is, in a nutshell, when we talk about circular economy and business sustainability, somehow it has to be based on the context of building most social innovation among the society. And this is where their participation is important. And at the end of the day, we're talking about sustainable cities, because we still need growth, we still need development, we still need employment, but it is done within the context of a better lifestyle for the society. And so that is, in a nutshell, what I'm going to share. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope this will allow us to get into some discussion further about what circular economy is and sustainability in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alicia. Uh, your presentation is giving us more comprehensive insight in regards to circular economy. So when we talk about circular economy, we are not only talking about eco-innovation, but we also talk about the social eco-innovations. And we also have one opinion here in chat room from Bapak Abdul Mongit that all we need to do is that we need to make people aware that reducing waste, that it is a very good statement, something like that. Okay, now we are moved to our third keynote speakers, Professor Angelica, and we will have more insightful thought from our third keynote speakers regards to this today seminars. So, Professor Angelica.
Ano dyan? This one.
Yeah, okay. Professor Angelica is already on the screen now. And I would like to please welcome Professor Angelica, and the time is yours.
Am I seen on the video?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
You see me?
No, sorry.
Not yet. Sorry.
I can't see you. Yeah, not yet.
Okay. Okay. Do you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Respectful greetings to Dr. Yudi Sertaso, the President of STIE Perbanas. Greetings also to dear Tatik Suryani, the former President and now Dean of the Graduate School. Greetings also to Dr. Juwari, to my co-presenters from India, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, to the students, to everyone. Good morning. Warm greetings from Philippines. Morning. I chose this topic, business ethics for sustainable development, because this is applicable, not to all, whatever discipline you are in. So this is the outline of my presentation. Okay, definition, intro, methodology. So I'll be discussing the needs for ethics for business and sustainability, the dimension, the values, how to merge business ethics and sustainability, and then finally, to summarize and some concluding remarks for STIE Perbanas students. Now, let me differentiate what ethics and business ethics is. Ethics is concerned with the norms, values, and beliefs embedded in social processes which define right and wrong for an individual community. So in other words, this is doing and choosing what is morally right. No? And of course, this depends on moral compass of each individual. Now, when we talk about business ethics, uh, this is just an application of the ethics in the business um, environment. So it refers to business action, situation, activities, and decision at both individual or corporate level that are taken with moral adequacy. And this depends on the workplace, the legal standard, business standard, and societal standard. Because as they say, uh, may be lawful, but it may be unethical. So, and when you talk about ethics, remember it depends on moral compass. Okay. Now, sustainability defined development. It involves the human being in development in all the three dimensions: economic, social, and environmental. And when you say sustainable development, it is doing so by means and to end points that is consistent with maintaining the improvement indefinitely. So this does not require only an add-on to the existing structures and curricula. Rather, it is a change of belief in our culture.
Excuse me, Professor
Yes.
Angelita. Yes.
Yes.
We are sorry that we cannot see your video.
Ah, you cannot.
Yeah, we cannot see you here. We only see your PowerPoint.
Do you see the PowerPoint?
Yes, I see the PowerPoint, but we cannot see your video.
Okay.
Your face, I mean.
Okay. Let me turn on. Okay.
Yeah, you can turn on the video.
How to turn on? Wait. For a while. I sought the help. Stop video.
Oh, or
Turn on.
it's okay. Maybe that.
It's turned on, isn't it? Not.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it is turned on. Yes, we can see. Okay, we can see now. Yep.
So
just close this.
Okay. So I just differentiated ethics from business ethics. Okay, if ethics is applied and it is entrenched into the business environment, that is business ethics. Okay. Okay. Now for sustainability, this is not just an add-on to the existing structures and the curricula or the business. Rather, it implies a change of belief in our culture, our thinking, and practice. So this is the key word. Later in my presentation, I'll be emphasizing what is culture, moral reasoning, and attitude. Okay, for business education, business schools must empower students and to equip current and future generation, again with values, attitudes, and ways of thinking and working that enables a more sustainable and just society for all. Okay. And that is a balanced and integrated approach to economic, social, and environmental dimension of sustainable development. This just shows the 17 Sustainable Development Goals with 168 concrete targets and the 5 Ps. So business or corporation activities should engage their business, seeing to it that they contribute to the attainment of the 17 sustainable goals. And the 5 Ps pertain to people, planet, prosperity, in order to, and this is done through partnership, collaboration, and to contribute to peace. Now, good,
Sorry,
yes, good
Professor
ethics,
Angelica, sorry to interrupt you again.
yes.
Your PPT is not running. We only see the first page of the PowerPoint. The slide. We only
Uh,
see the slide 1 of the PowerPoint.
is it possible for you to just view my presentation? Because I have already shared it.
Okay. Yeah, we can see the PowerPoint, but it is only shown on the slide 1. It is not.
It's not moving?
Yeah, it is not moving.
Okay.
Mbak Faiza, how
Share
about
screen.
our IT team to show this, or by Miss Angelica?
Okay. What if I use the enter? Do you see?
Yes. Already.
This one? That
Okay.
one?
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
Ah,
Okay. Yes. Yes.
okay, got it. So this one, do you see?
The outline
The
right
outline.
now.
Only the outline?
Yes.
Yes.
Um, it's not working. I'm moving
Okay.
my PowerPoint, but it's not working. Is it
It's okay.
possible for
I
the
will.
committee to do it for me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
I
Yes.
will help you to my IT team to help you to show. So I
Dear
follow
I,
the explanation, Prof. Angelica.
Okay.
dear ICT team, please kindly help to share the slide of Professor Angelica.
So that I will just present while the slide is being shown. So I need not move the. I'm sorry.
It's
Okay.
okay. Just let
Can I
us
repeat
know if
again?
you need to move to the next slide, something like that.
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
okay. So
Right now we are okay. Right now, in what slide we are?
okay.
In the second slide or third slide?
Okay. Would you like me to start again?
Okay. Okay. It's okay. Let's
Okay. When
start
you move the
again.
slide. Okay.
ICT, please, to the second slide. Yep.
Okay. So
Okay.
this is the.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much again. My topic is on business ethics for sustainable development, because business ethics is applicable to everyone, whatever discipline you are in. So I chose this topic, and this shows the outline of my presentation today, some definition, introduction, methodology. But my presentation would definitely or certainly provide you some insights on why there is a need of ethics for business ethics and sustainability, the dimension of sustainability, the values, and how to merge. And finally, to provide some conclusion applicable to STIE Perbanas students. Next slide. Okay. Next. Next. So this differentiates ethics from business ethics. Ethics is concerned with norms, values, and beliefs embedded in social process, which define right and wrong for an individual community. In other words, if it is um, doing what is morally right. So the ethics depends now on the moral compass of an individual. When you talk about business ethics, this pertains to um, incorporating or applying ethics in the business situation. So this refers to business activities, situations applicable to an individual or corporate that are taken with moral adequacy. So the business ethics would certainly depend on the legal standards, business standards, and also to the corporate standards within the workplace. That is now where your professional ethics comes in the business world. Next slide. Now this provides some definition on sustainability. But what I would like to emphasize here is that when you talk about sustainability, this refers to the belief, the choices, the strategies, the actions of either the individual or the organization in integrating the concept of sustainable principles within the workplace or the curricula or in the business that lead to optimum sustainable development outcomes. So it does not simply require an add-on to the existing structures and curricula or business. Rather, it is a change in your belief, your culture, your thinking, and practice. So please take note of the keyword culture and attitude. Okay. So for business education, the students are empowered and equip the students with current and future generation with values, attitudes of thinking and working that enables a more sustainable and just society for all. Integrated approach to the economic, social, and environmental dimension of sustainable development. Next. Okay. This summarizes, no, but later on, this will be merged. I will be showing to you later on how business is incorporated in this three dimension through the triple bottom line approach that was presented yesterday. But as you can see, here are the three dimension: economic, social, environmental dimension, and they are of equal sizes, integrated, that would result to social equity for socio-economic, environment, economic aspects, social environmental aspect that would result to an acceptable, livable environment, and the environmental economic aspects resulting to sustainable economy, viable economy, leading to sustainable development, peace, and prosperity. Next. So business must contribute to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals with 168 concrete targets and the 5 Ps: people, planet, profit, no? Through global partnership leading to peace. Next slide. As the saying goes, good ethics is good business. Okay, next slide. Now, the business ethics and sustainable development is guided by this, by the Agenda 21, and also by the Brundtland vision of sustainable development that laid to the foundation um, for the definition pertaining to sustainable business. Since this embrace the motions of needs, futurity, and equity molded to befit the business arena. And many argue that ethics and sustainability do not share common ground because ethics says, oops, because ethics is more on standards, while sustainability is more on process. However, both these are essential to make sure the decisions are economically viable to reap the profit desired, ethically aware of people varying needs, and also environmentally friendly to fulfill such goals within the Earth's carrying capacity. Next slide. Now, why is there a need for business ethics and sustainability? Next slide. Well, according to Bowie, a corporation's main aim is profit maximization. So according to books, no, that's mainly the main goal, and subject to, of course, government legislation. However, some authors said that this is not just an obligation to protect the environment required by law, and so business does not have an obligation to protect the environment over on what is required. Doing more and above such rules is unfair. Next slide, please. Now, this now become an opportunity for the consumer to lobby, no, to boycott such unethical businesses, for example, to demand the availability of environmental friendly products, to encourage legislation that binds any business to act in a sustainable manner. Okay, next slide. I think my slide is okay. Now, I would like to just show the ideology of Bowie and Kofi Annan. This two ideology. One says consumer have the pivotal role to change mindsets. Well, Kofi Annan says the corporate sector has the pivotal role in implementing sustainability. Next slide.
Yeah, Professor Angelica. Sorry. Hello, Professor Angelica. Okay, Professor Angelica.
Hello, do you hear me?
Do we lose any connection here to Professor Angelica? Yeah. Hello, Professor Angelica. Yes. Okay, you can continue your presentation, Professor Angelica. I don't know. Are there any connection problems there? Hello, Professor Angelica. Yeah, while waiting for Professor Angelica here, I think she is still trying to connect with us. Actually, a very good discussion for us. Okay.
Halo.
Sorry.
Halo.
Yep. Besides, we have the a very fruitful discussion from the chat. We also have. Hello. Yeah, Professor Angelica. Hello. Can you all hear me? Okay, hello. All right. While waiting for Professor Angelica, maybe that right now we can start the question and answer sessions that we already have a lot of here. Okay. For the first questions, it is came from Bapak Henry Kriswanto, SAMM. Bapak, okay, Profesor Angelica. Yeah. For the first question from Bapak Henry Kriswanto. Bapak Henry Kriswanto is asking to Professor John Latis with the condition of the marine waste. Yes, hello. Okay. With the condition with the marine waste in Indonesia, do you think that you have any suggestion for us to stop or to reduce the Indonesian marine waste, something like that? Maybe that you can have the marine waste, something like that. Although that we know you also already share your thought in the chat room with the groceries in Thailand that now banning giving the plastic bag, something like that. But maybe are there any regulation that is the government give to the society, so the society follow the rule, so they can reduce the marine waste, something like that. Maybe you can share your thought, Professor John Latis.
All right, thank you for your questions. I think it is now the time that we
share ang aking power.
do you hear my voice? Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear your voice.
Right,
Yeah.
I just heard someone speaking up.
I
believe that it is time for everyone now in this planet, in this world, to be aware of the environmental issue, because it is critical that we are all affected. As you can see here in the pandemic situation, people around the world are suffering from the disease. And I myself believe that this disease comes from the environment that we polluted for quite a period of time. And yeah, I think the environmental issue involves everyone, including family members, government, private and public companies. And basically, we can start with our own usage at home. I myself, I separate my garbage, okay, between the plastic and bio waste, like food waste or vegetables or fruits, and I separate them, and it is one of the ways to reduce the waste to the environment, because the garbage collector can process and can use different process to handle different garbage, like metal, plastic, or organic waste. And this is, as I said, we have to build the awareness, okay, including everyone at school, at home, or even the organization.
Okay, yep. Thank you, Professor Chanrati. So we have to start from ourselves, actually.
Yeah, it's never too late to get started.
Okay, yeah, I see. Maybe Dr. Alicia, could you please also share your thought regards to this? What is the Malaysian government do to reduce the marine waste?
Oh, well, thank you very much, Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can all hear you.
All right, Alhamdulillah, Shukr, thank you. All right, we Malaysian government. Let me speak on. Let's talk about where I'm very in terms of physical situation right now where we are. We're in Penang, University of Malaysia is in Penang. Let me talk about what is going on in Penang. We are trying to do our best in, we talk about reducing the use of plastics. There are a lot of campaigns to trying to reduce the use of plastics, especially in a lot of supermarkets. They try to work with no plastics, use of plastics as part of the groceries bag. And at some point, it has actually made a lot of difference where the society or the consumers bring their own bags. The concern is that's where we stop. We don't do enough of that because we are actually in a situation where there's too many other conflicting requirements to make more commitments coming from the society. Although, like what Prof. Chonlatis is doing, this is I need to put my heads up to you because then it takes an individual concern to do that. And to do more of that, it is difficult. Now with the pandemic situation happening, a lot of us is actually using the food service situation where we get food to be sent to our homes the last 3 months. So what happens is more plastics are being used more than ever because plastics are being packed and then we get them sent to the homes. And everybody is more concerned with sanitizing, sanitation rather than trying to consider what is environmental friendly use of resources or not. So that becomes very difficult. So it has been, there is a stop for a moment, for a pause. More plastics are being used the last 3 months. Although we can say that less people are traveling out the last few months, but as people go back to work, then we're back to normal. So as I said that now, but we do talk about Smart City 2030. So Penang talks about moving towards becoming a smart city in 2030. But what that means is it's technology centered. And there is not much participation coming from the society in terms of in terms of moving towards there. And if there is any stakeholder participation, it's more at the higher end where you bring in the key stakeholders like the corporates, where they will be involved in green economy, or the politicians where they have to make policies related to the participation of the government, of the economy, of the private sector. But there is not much coming in terms of getting the participation of the society. Now that is the difficult part because we need to get the engagement of the consumers more and more. So it is left up to the willpower of each individual's neighborhood or community to do their part if they want to. So that is the difficult part where Penang is concerned. And since development is an important part of where Penang is moving towards, and we have a lot of industries in Penang, this is going to be a challenge in how fast we can move forward. So like our third speaker was talking about the issue of ethics and sustainability may not share the same ground. That is even making it more difficult in terms of what's a much more ethical way of moving forward. Even principle based, everyone have their own principles of what is right, what is wrong. And where sustainability is concerned, it's not necessarily the first thing on our mind because now we're talking about unemployment issue, and we're talking about making economy much more stable. So that is where we are. And I think the role of the community and civil societies in Penang will play a much more important role moving forward to demand more participation.
Yep. So it is the collaboration, Dr. Alicia.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So now I would like to move to Professor Angelica that is now come back here. Yeah, Professor Angelica, can you hear me? Thank you, Dr. Elisa.
Welcome.
Yeah, yeah.
Professor Angelica.
Yes, I can hear you. And can I now
Okay.
share my
Yeah,
presentation?
yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do
please.
you see it? Can you see? Can you see? Is it seen?
Yes,
You see?
yes, we see.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So my apology earlier. So I may continue now. You see? Is it seen?
Yeah, okay.
Can be seen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, we see
Okay.
that.
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
I just defined what ethics and business
Yeah,
ethics
it can be
is.
seen, Professor Angelica,
Okay. Thank you. And my
but it
apologies.
is
So
not moved yet.
it's not yet moving. So how about this one? Okay.
No, it's not yet moving.
Not moving.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Can be seen.
No, it is already moving. Yep. We can see
Okay.
that.
Okay. So good ethics is good business. And okay. Okay. So what is the basis of incorporating business ethics not to sustainable development? In addition to Agenda 21, there is this brilliant vision of sustainable development that laid the foundation not pertaining to sustainable business. That is, the businesses must adopt strategies and activities that meet the needs of its enterprise today, while at the same time not only for profit but protecting and sustaining the human and natural resources needed in the future. So many argue that ethics and sustainability do not share common ground because ethics pertains to the set of standards, while sustainability pertains to the process. However, ethics and sustainability, they are both essential because it makes sure that the moral decisions are economically viable to reap the profit that is desired for the welfare of the people, and it must also be environmentally friendly to fulfill the goals, sustainable goals within the Earth's carrying capacity. Now, there are unethical business behavior noted, such as selfish for own interests, heavy pressures to meet bid performance targets, and profitability over ethical behavior. I will be discussing more on this in my next slide. Now, why is there a need for business ethics and sustainability? Okay. Now, a business is, as any corporation, they, of course, they establish their business for profit. That is the main corporation main goal. But of course, it is subject to a number of constraints such as government legislation. And because they are more concerned on the shareholders' interests. And they say that business does not have an obligation to protect the environment. However, the triple bottom line, which was discussed yesterday, um, there is more to business success than profit. Meaning, the business must also report financial, social, and environmental contribution, and they must also report the performance of business over a period of time. So the company or businesses must take into account its effect on the environment, on the society, and the economy in general, and must not only be concerned on the shareholders' interest, but the stakeholders' interest in general, like the consumer, the government, and all the people within the community. So they must be socially responsible, and they must also be protector of environment. Yesterday, you heard about corporate social responsibility. Okay. Now, because of that, that there is now the opportunity, no, for the consumer to lobby. Um, so there is a need for the the influence from the pressure groups, like through campaign, through consumer action, to demand the availability of environmental friendly products from the business, encourage legislation, to challenge unethical business practices through various means, and to boycott products and services, so that the business, the corporation, should always be on their toes in delivering what is required by the community for sustainability. Now, what is the effect of business activities in sustainability? Now, John Elkington, triple bottom line, encourage the businesses to think beyond profit through corporate social responsibility reporting and supporting the various environmental activities, and even measuring its environmental impact of the business. But of course, the triple bottom line has also some drawbacks, because a lot of others says that it's not an very useful as an overall measure of business performance, and it is also very subjective. It's hard to measure people and planet, and there is no legal requirement to report it. Okay. Okay. Do you see the next slide? Let me present its effects to the society. So people must, when you talk about people, that is the society, the business must measure the extent to which business is socially responsible. But of course, as one of the drawback, it is hard to calculate and report reliably and consistently. However, if business measures the extent of to which its business is socially responsible, the business now contributes to social progress through the various community outreach activities for social environmental progress, like concern for safety and health, for environmental regulation, global climate change, and also contributes to the socio-economic, like job creation, skills enhancement and security, the customer satisfaction, and also making sure that the supply chain are also morally uplift. And because if not, the society would resort to lobbying. They would put pressure on the organization or the government to take action. Okay, so these are some of the negative effects, no? Okay. If the business is not thinking about or contributing to the society. Next is the next slide is the economy. Do you see? So the business should not only think about profit. Um, Managers are very familiar with this, because this is profit is more objective, because they're more identified through the income statement. No, these are reliable figure. So uh, the business must make sure that they are also contributing to the quality of life of the employee through salaries and investment. They should not also check the supply chain responsibility, and must not sort to bribery, so as to contribute to eco-efficiency through resource efficiency, life cycle management, and products to services. So these are the effects, okay, which now the fourth dimension, in one of the literature I have read, they talk about the culture, because this is the fourth dimension of in business activities, in addition to education, in addition to environment, in addition to society, and also to economy. You have to know the culture of your business. And I have summarized here what are the advantages of integrating business ethics and sustainability. What are its benefits? What are the importance? Of course, it will improve the brand reputation of the business, gaining recognition, being aware of its business. It would increase profitability, higher revenues, greater earnings, more money, and of course, there is other investors no would be attracted to invest in the business. So that would be a new source of finance. It will also enhance the customer loyalty and satisfaction and support if the business is ethical. Fostering industrial relations, good relationship with stakeholders. It would also increase employee productivity, better employee motivation and recruitment. It would protect the business, diminishing criminal penalties, prevent actions which are of detriment to the employees. The employees would act coherently with their personal ethical beliefs, decrease harm society. So, yeah. So giving importance to culture could increase, definitely increase corporations' efficiency and competitive position. Due to globalization, the multinational companies affect the organizational culture and that of the community. It is in this regard that there is a dire need to integrate business ethics and sustainability that is required to benefit from a number of advantages. Now, what are the different dimensions of business ethics? Okay, so an organization, a business corporation is essentially a system that functions through the following subsystems. We have this, these are the different no, behavioral system, personal system, social system, cultural system. When you say behavioral system, this determines your action, one's action. Personal system, this determines your internal motives that affects your actions. Social system is focused on your role in the society. So take note that this system pertains to it's individualistic. It pertains to your own action on how um, you will act in the business. And the cultural system, this now emphasizes the system's norms and attitudes. This determine the interaction between different actors within the system. And this is the of course, a good ethical cultural system that must be developed within the business corporation. Next slide. Now here, I just would like to show you.
Sorry, Professor
Yes,
Angelica.
yes.
Your time is 5 more minutes, so maybe that we can pass
Okay,
the
okay,
presentation. So you have
okay.
5 more minutes,
5 more minutes.
Professor
Okay,
Angelica,
so these are the four
before we
levels.
move to next session, question and answer session. Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
so these are the four levels of cultural system. Okay, so I would not deal on that. Okay, these are the factors that affect the subcultures. Take note of the Geerthoff's 5 dimensions, wherein he discussed about power distance, uncertainty, avoidance distance, individualism and versus collectivism, and also masculinity and femininity, long-term versus short-term orientation. So this all affects the culture, and because of individual differences, not only your individual differences with different business organization and even nationality, culture, but by knowing these factors, you can somehow know how you are going to interact with the other members of the business corporation. Okay, because for lower power per index, it's more encourage delegation, empowerment, higher leaders are more in their powerful control, uncertainty avoidance index. They are not risk taker. If you have a low uncertainty about individualism, people contribute more if they are alone. Other through team performance, and then masculinity versus femininity. This is not gender. This is more of a men-like or femininity-like. More masculinity is more aggressive style decision making. Femininity is more nurturing, more consultative, intuitive analysis in decision. the long term versus short term, depending on the long term goals, future rewards, short term orientation. Whatever now, what I would like to emphasize is culture is affected by beliefs, philosophy, and environment in the organization. For ethical culture and organization structure, there is culture of defiance, culture of neglect, culture of compliance, which is are all self-explanatory. But the best is the culture of character because the organization is aware of the ethical standard and embraces them to full. And there is a high level of morality, trust, fairness, and integrity. Now, values related to business ethics and sustainability, there are a lot of authors, but I would like to emphasize the four-way test on ethical behavior in coming up with a decision. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and friendship? Will it be beneficial? So I have in here in my presentation, I have identified four. It's number one is integrity, that is focused on morality, uprightness, honesty, and sincerity. Objectivity. This is for sound and factual decision, being impartial. Although there are threats of objectivity, the self-interest, the intimidation threat, the self-review threat, the familiarity threat, the advocacy threat, but in the long run, it is still you to decide and make the sound and factual decision. Now, the third, this was discussed yesterday on fairness and equity, justice and equality. So, justice lies at the core of sustainability, and there cannot be one without the other. And this is called the just and sustainability. And there are various types of equity. The principle, using principle of maturity, contemporary to social equity, geographical equity, procedural equity, interspecies equity, and what I would like to emphasize here that there must be equal access of information is required so that the community is informed, especially if those that are deprived or meaning where illiteracy is prevalent. There should be equal
Sorry,
treatment.
Professor.
Yes. Okay, and
Okay.
then
We
the last
have
is
2 minutes left. Okay.
the last
Sorry,
is yes.
Professor Angelica.
Yes, the last is responsibility. So we this was discussed yesterday, social responsibility. Okay, and there are economic responsibility, legal responsibility, and of course philanthropic responsibility and ethical responsibility. Now, merging business ethics. Okay, so let me summarize now. The TBL or triple business line was already discussed for sustainable business activities. You have to implement the culture of character in a corporation, and this is not plain sailing. It requires the right frame of mind and organizational skills employed by leaders through decision-making process, no rewards norms. Ethical decision is influenced by internal factors such as the moral character and ethical sensitivity of the leader. There are also external factors such as culture and the environment. That's why I emphasized culture earlier. Now, there is a need to reorient the business education, higher education institution. This requires individual to transform in order to be transformative, taking into account the head, the heart, and hands to accomplish it. So the head, this is the cognitive domain, knowing what is morally right. Right. It is where the person should have acquired the knowledge to gain experience by doing. This is where moral reasoning comes in. Second, we have the heart. This pertains to affective domain, valuing what is morally right in a decision making, because this determines what one values or cares about, especially in decision. The values and feeling translate in responsible behavior. And last is the hands, because the person hones practical skills leading to deep engagement. This pertains to the psychomotor domain, doing what is morally right. And this now comes there are a lot of articles, but I would like to emphasize the Simon and Dewey's view on the triad in decision making, wherein Dewey is in dynamic interplay of the three triads. Simon is the separated, okay? But this is what I would like to emphasize. And as a summary, take note of the culture, moral decision, personal choice, business ethics, and sustainability. So I would like to summarize my presentation that business ethics has orthodoxy or correct policy and orthopraxis, correct practice at its core, which could be achieved through the mind, heart, and hand triad. And Sustainability is about economical and environmental and social transformation. So when you merge business ethics and sustainability, that is now where the transformative that is now where transformation comes in, creating profitable growing economies that contributes to positive environment and social paths that help their customers and suppliers to do the same. So good ethics is good business. And moral decision making is very important for any corporation, especially in the light of sustainability. Your choice must always be a moral choice because remember, every choice has its consequences. This transformative approach to its pragmatic look might offer solutions to deal with situation at hand, even in the future, by shifting gears, transforming attitudes and behavior to face a prosperous future. Sustainability is a smart ethical business resulting to success with a lot of business benefits. It would improve project outcomes, it would drive innovation, it would boost bottom line.
Yeah. Okay.
And um, to end my presentation, since I know that the STIE Perbanas students are listening, just a question. What is the impact of business ethics to your banking career? The concept of like attracts like, so meaning ethical people attract ethical people. Unethical people attract unethical people. So you might be asking, once you are already in the business, in the banking world, in the business world, in the corporation, and probably you have an unethical worker who lies, steal, backstabber, cheat, who is getting ahead or benefiting. Should you do the same? So of course the answer would it is for you to answer. But the lastly, I would like to share a mathematical formula so you will remember me. Okay, on business ethics and sustainability.
Okay.
The importance of triad, the heart, the heart, the mind, and the hand for moral decision. So the heart or affective, this pertains to attitude. The mind or cognitive, this pertains to knowledge. And the hand or psychomotor pertains to skill. Well, if you know the alphabet, it's A to Z, and you substitute number to each number, A is equal to 1 and C is equal to 26, you try to substitute each number to the letter in attitude, to the letter in knowledge, and to the letter in skills. And you will arrive in this 191 and 82.
Yep.
So see, even in, it is exact science, exact mathematics, 100, attitude is 100. So in business ethics, it depends on your moral compass. It depends on your
Okay.
attitude.
The attitude is 100.
Yes.
Yep.
Putting business ethics, you'll make it 100%. You will be successful. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Rika, for your
Yes.
presentations.
And by the way,
hand, the head, and the heart. Thank
yes. And by the
you.
way,
Okay.
a
Now,
full, yeah. And finally, I just would like to show that there are 79 references for this, which is
oh,
very
so
difficult to brief.
Professor Angelica.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Professor Angelica, sorry, can we move
Okay.
to question and answer session? Because we
Okay.
have a lot of question here.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, yep,
I'm ready. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Angelica. And
Yes.
now, the honorable keynote speakers and also the participants, we will move to the question and answer sessions. We already have our first question that is already answered. And now we will move to our second question from Bapak Ida Sudianto. Bapak Ida Sudianto from IAPMI International Indonesian Chapter. Bapak Ida Sudianto is asking, for the development country, especially for the Southeast Asia, the plastic waste problem is really problematic and a serious problem. If Southeast Asian countries is no longer accept the waste from the high income countries, where will the waste go? So because we all know that the development country, they throw away their waste to the underdeveloped country, something like that. So if we do not accept the waste, where will the waste go? So, and also he is also questioning which one the best practice method for for the economic growth rules? Okay, regards to these questions, maybe Professor Chonatis or Dr. Alicia, would you please share your answer?
All right, unfortunately, developing country accept the West from the developed country like America or another European countries. That's bad thing that is happening in Thailand as well, because they believe that the garbage from these developed country is clean, so they can separate into into ore or into metals, so they can resell these materials, right, to another factory to gain money from that waste. But right
Professor
now,
Chonatis. Okay.
but there is a weak point of that process because of the garbage contains the poisonous elements that affect Thai people's health. So now the government is prohibit, so they banned the waste from developed country. And the question from your side is that where the garbage goes to, of course, the garbage will go to the ocean or the landfill. As long as we don't have the effective anybody.
Sorry, the committee, please kindly mute.
Someone
Hello?
is speaking up.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
ICT,
Never mind.
Okay.
So right now the developed country is developing the factory that burn the garbage and use the energy, like Singapore. Singapore use 100% of their garbage to produce electricity. That is a good example of how developed country can manage their garbage and make the people welfare better.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Professor Chonatis. Okay, maybe the next, Dr. Alicia, can you please share your thoughts with regards to the questions? So, which one do you think is better, the downcycling or the upcycling for the economic growth?
คำถามง่ายเนาะ
Hello, Dr. Alicia.
ไปละฟังเจอเลยนะ
Dr. Alicia, sorry.
ไม่อยู่
Okay. Maybe Professor Chon Latis, you can share your thoughts again with us regards to these questions. So Bapak Ida is questioning also, which one is better? Is it downcycling or upcycling?
All right, I believe that the upcycling, it's in my opinion, upcycling is better because upcycling can produce the higher quality product from the West, and also the people can improve their craftsmanship or skills in producing or initiative ability. Okay, that's the way that we can not just reduce the waste, but improve the quality of people's skill.
Okay, yep. Thank you so much, Professor Chanlatis. Okay, now we are moved to our next question. This question goes to Professor Angelica. Yeah, Professor Angelica, we have the question from Sri Patum University here, from Ramida Maruai, sorry. Hello, Professor Angelica. I would like to ask about iPhone. It doesn't have application WeChat. Is it unethical? And why do you think so? So as we know that WeChat is
Yes.
the global application, but iPhone do not
Yes.
have it. So what do you think about it?
Yeah, well, thank you. Good question. But you know, it depends on the business, no? Because you know, as long as it does not harm the society or the environment, because business also have their own prerogative. Probably iPhone has a reason for that. It's a competition actually between an Android and the iOS, no, the application. So I don't think it's an ethical, because I mean, yes, the iPhone have a substitute for WeChat. They have other apps that are that its consumer can use. And besides, WeChat, um, yeah, it depends on the prerogative of the business, of the company, the corporation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep. And next question also goes to you, Professor Angelica. This one is from Ponta Dewa Sapyawan from STIE Perbanas Surabaya. He said that one of his friend from Jakarta is works as an auditor and he is forced to give a good assessment of a company performance. He is facing a tremendous dilemma in making a decision, and in the end, his friend is lost his job because he ignored the order. In regards to this case, how do we deal with the ethical dilemma, Professor
Oh,
Angelica?
very nice question. That is difficult to answer, huh? But when you say ethical dilemma, this is a person like me faced in a situation wherein you have to make a choice for whatever course action you are going to do, no, that entails moral decision. In this particular question, it is making a moral decision, because you are being forced to provide an assessment of a company when you know that it is not true. And you learn from your business ethic class in STIE Perbanas, and in this conference, that business ethics and sustainability go hand in hand. Now, what to do? Okay, in my case, in my personal experience, I pray first. You know the serenity prayer. I pray first, so I pray to Diyos Ama, that Filipino, or Allah or Yahweh. I pray for serenity, serenity to accept things that you have no control, that you cannot change. In that particular instance, you cannot change, no? So next is to courage, seek for courage to change things that you can, or you should change. And third is wisdom. It is to know the difference, because you want to be guided on whether you will comply, or in this case your friend lost his job because he ignored the order. That is what I call the values in business ethics. He has the objective, he has the integrity, he is responsible for his action, and fair and just. So for your friend, dignity is more important than the career. And if I am the employer, I will hire a person with that kind of attitude. Uh, because you see, reputation is very important. Um, Ethical behavior pays off in the end. Probably not now, because if you are not happy with an organization, with that kind of culture of making you tell a lie, which is not within your principles, so that is how to deal with that dilemma. I hope I have answered your question. And the best to answer that is depending on the moral compass of an individual. Like in my case, I agree with what your friend has done. He resigned, but who knows? He will be successful in another business organization who has the culture that reflects his own very own culture. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Professor Angelica. So attitude comes first. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, so we have our last question here. Maybe I would like to invite Ibu Lindiawati. You can directly ask a questions to our speakers.
Okay, thank you.
Ibu Dok.
I
Okay. Yeah,
sorry,
please,
may I
Ibu Lindiawati.
directly?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm interested in the idea of, especially from Dr. John Latis, and perhaps can be supported by um, Dr. Alicia, that is about that the business in developing new product, it should be supported and it's ecologically frameworked. So I'm thinking of a recycled product that in fact actually it goes to a very specific target market and goes to a high-end price. I mean, this fact actually is not supporting the ideal voice of business people, academics, to have strong sustainability support. So it should be, it should that there is something between blocking the step to go to achieving high sustainability. What do you think about this? Thank you very much. I'm curious to know your idea about this. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Professor John Latis or Dr. Alicia? Do we have Professor John Latis and Dr. Alicia here? Hello?
Dr. Elisa maybe lost connection. It just
okay. Professor John Latis, sorry. Yeah, Professor John Latis, sorry, we have a question from Ibu Lindi here. So Ibu Lindi said that mostly the recycled product is purpose for the high end, something like this. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, sorry, may I highlight very quickly?
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you.
Dr. John Latis, we know that the new product development should be ecologically supported, ecologically frameworked. Yeah, but in fact, we found that the product goes to a very specific target market, and especially it is very expensive. So this fact actually is blocking the idea of many people to have a better life standard from business point of view. So it looks like that there is something blocking the gap. There is a gap between this effort to achieve better sustainability standard. What do you think? What should be existing between this? Thank you.
Good quality product or the ecological friendly product is more expensive than the quality ones.
Yes.
Right, for sure. Because the low quality comes from the lower cost. But anyway, I believe that it takes some time to make people aware of this concern and this issue. In developed country, I think social norms is one of the major factors that affect how do people perceive this type of product. Once your surroundings, your families, or your colleagues use the environmental friendly product, so they withdraw these people attentions of how these products can save our world, and I think it takes some time people to get this awareness.
So perhaps that one thing that we can take the effort is encouraging the normative value.
Fortunately, in Thailand, the government support the company that use natural products. And when I was, as you, I don't know what happened in Indonesia, but in Thailand, uh, during this pandemic, people ordered a lot of food box, lunch box. And so basically this box comes from foam that has the CFC that protect the ozone come to the to earth. That there are now more companies that produce the lunchbox from the
Paper.
from paper. What is called the sugar cane fiber,
Okay.
right?
Oh, from
And
sugarcane.
people now is are getting more concerned, and that makes once the volume is higher and the cost must be lower than the demand. So as I said, we can increase this demand from our motivation and our encouragement to our next generation.
Okay. Yep.
Takes more effort and time.
Okay.
Let's get
It is
started
the
at
risk.
home. Teach your children, teach your students. I always teach my students not to use a
I
straw.
also remember.
So I don't use straw to drink water.
Prof. Tati and I went to Dr. Elisa's campus long time ago, and they had already campaigned about leaving the styrofoam for their lunch box. They called styrofoam as a white coffin. Very interesting.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Thank you,
so
Dr.
much.
Sanlatis.
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Lindi. Thank you,
Thank you,
Professor
Bu Ais.
Chanlatin. Okay, yep, as we already answer all questions here. Okay, now before we close our discussion, I would like to sum up the highlight of our discussion today. So today we learn about business and sustainability. So for the business to sustain, there are two perspectives. The first perspective is the circular economy. When we talk about the circular economy, it is not only talk about the 3R or reuse or recycle, that can be social eco-innovations, that we also need the collaboration between the society, the company, and also the government. And then the second perspective for the business to sustain is the ethics. All we need to know is that ethics is not contrary to the profitability, but the more the business itself. Okay, I think it is the summary of our discussion today, but I'm sure that we are gaining a lot of insight from this discussion session today. Okay, again, I would like to say my highest gratitude to Professor Cernatis, to Professor Elisha, Dr. Elisha, and also to Professor Angelica for the insightful discussion. But before we close the panel discussions, I would like to invite all the keynote speakers from the day 1 and the day 2 to join the room, as we will have the appreciation, the certificate appreciation for you, that it will be led by the MC. So I think it is enough for our discussion panel today. Thank you so much. I will refer to Ponta and Ice. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Faizatul Hikmah. Thank you so much for the keynote speaker, for the insightful speech, and also the insightful answer. And ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the next agenda, which is appreciation for keynote speakers. For ICT officer, please show the award when I read out the names of the keynote speaker. For first keynote speaker is For Professor Rifani Bustami, PhD from University Science in Malaysia. Thank you so much for the insightful speech. And the next keynote speaker is Professor Pallavi Pathak, PhD from India. Thank you so much for this speech. And the next speech is from Professor Chalantis Darwong, PhD from Saripatum University, Thailand. Thank you so much. And the next is Associate Professor Dr. Elisan Nasruddin from Graduate School of Business University Science Malaysia. Thank you so much, Professor. And the next is Professor Angelica M. Pailan from Maritime Academy of Asia and Pacific Philippines. Thank you so much, Professor. And the last but not the least is for Professor Dr. Tatik Suryani from STIE Perbanas Surabaya. Thank you so much for the insightful speech, for the keynote speaker. I hope it can increase our knowledge about how to improve the business and banking, especially in innovation. Okay, we are now entering the next agenda. Now we are entering the next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, is the participant presentation session.
So before we break, I would like to announce to you that the next agenda is the participants presentation session. All the participants that will present their material the second day will be divided into 3 different Zoom meetings by the ICD. And those who do not present can attend freely by choosing the number of Zoom meeting that you prefer. And each Zoom meeting, there are one moderator that will explain the procedure and also introduce the reviewers and also the coordinator. Before we start the break, I would like to remind all the participants, please change your username to the right format. Maybe Ponta can help me. Yeah. So this is the right format for the ICT to divide into 3 different Zoom meetings. So for example, you can write down your Zoom number, underscore your name, and also your institute. For example, for the number 1 is Ponta Dewa Setiawan from STIE Perbanas Surabaya. You can see the examples on the screen and make sure that your number of Zoom room is correct. So enjoy your break time. So keep your Zoom online and thank you very much.
Partisipan 101.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now having a break time. Enjoy your break time. Keep your Zoom online. Thank you. And see you at 1 p.m. actually.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lutfi. Good afternoon, Dr. Lutfi. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We will wait Miss Risanda.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, Mr. Risanda, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amira Hizmin Nabila. As the moderator of this event, thank you so much for being here. Before we start, I would like to introduce to our agenda and our reviewers. First agenda is introduction by moderator, and it's followed by presentation session. There are 12 presenters presentation and 4 question and answer session between presenters and reviewers. Each question and answer is for each presentation session, and there are 3 presenters that will deliver their research presentation for each presentation session. Our reviewers today are Professor Dr. Abdul Mungit, PhD. Good afternoon, Professor Dr. Abdul Mungit.
Afternoon.
And Dr. Lutfi, Master of Finance. Good afternoon, Dr. Lutfi.
Good afternoon.
In this room, there is a coordinator, Ms. Tri Tuti. The reviewers will assess the ability to answer and provide input on the result of the presentation in the question and answer session, while the coordinator will assist the presentation session. Before the presentation session starts, there are some rules that must be followed. First, during the presentation, please turn off the microphone for those who don't present. Second, during the question and answer session between the presenters and reviewers, presenter must activate the video. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the next agenda, which the presentation session from the presenters. The first session, there are 3 presenters that will deliver the research. First, Ms. Risanda Ali Rastra Budiantoro, SMSI, from Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, with research title, Measuring the Performance of the Surabaya City Regional Budget Value for Money Analysis. Second, Ms. Devinta Ayu Ramadhani, SM, from STIE Perbanas Surabaya, with research title, A Systematic Literature Review of Liquidity, Asset Quality, Size, Solvability, and Efficiency of Profitability on National Private Commercial Banks Go Public. And the last, Miss Awanis Linati Haziroh, SMMM, from Universitas Dian Nuswantoro, with research title, The Effect of Multiple Role Conflict on Employees' Performance, Moderate by Self-Efficiency. Please, ICT, for the presenters, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us to this conference. Before we start, I want to introduce ourselves. My name is Andela Rastra Budiantoro, and this is my partner.
My name is Tito Adya Perdana. We are from Universitas Dian Nuswantoro Semarang.
Today I want to share to all of you about my research, measuring the performance of Surabaya City Regional Budget with the value for money analysis 2014 until 2019. Why decided to choose this topic? Because the implementation of law number 22 of 24 about the regional autonomy right gives an opportunity in determining on the revenue and expenditure budget. The implementation of the regional autonomy has consequence in the form of the importance of financial management that is as effective and efficient as possible. So it's necessary to measure the financial performance with the value for money analysis. There are 3 indicators that we use. For the first one is economics, through minimizing input by avoiding wasteful spending. The second one is efficiency, achieving by maximum output with certain input or a certain output with the lowest input. And the last one is effectivity, achieving the program result with the specified target.
So, our risk gap in this our paper is the Surabaya city government obtained an unqualified opinion index of WTP BTP, even the highest score in all districts or cities in East Java province. So the gap does not necessarily indicate that the Surabaya city government performance has fully applied the value for money principle. So it's necessary to do a measurement of the achievement of the revenue and expenditure budget performance of the Surabaya city government by using value for money analysis.
The method that we use, research approach, value for money analysis, which is determined in terms of economics, efficiency, and effectiveness to measurement the allocation and realization of budgeting in Surabaya city government. Data types and source that we use are secondary data source from the annual report of allocation and realization of budgeting of Surabaya city government, and the research focus is measuring the performance budgeting of Surabaya city government during 2014 until 2019.
So we use our method is value for money analysis measurement. So there is three measurement. First one is economic performance measurement. The second one is efficiency performance measurement, and the last one is effectiveness performance measurement. So from three our indicators, three measurements is started with less than 100%, so it's economics. 100% is balance. Plus more than 100% is uneconomic, so on and from for efficiency and also effectiveness.
The government revenue expenditure, both the allocation and realization of Surabaya city government revenue expenditure during the span of the period are fluctuated with the upward trend, as we know on the graphically. In terms of revenue, the highest position was obtained from the regional owned sources. Revenue dominated by local taxes, regional levies, and the others about 68%. And in terms of the expenditure, its highest position was by operating expenditures, dominated by personal expenditure, good and service expenditure, and the capital expenditure about 71%. So the comparison between the government revenue and expenditure on the Surabaya city government has a deficit budget because amount of revenue is smaller than amount of the expenditure.
Yeah, this is the result of our paper. So from three ratio, economic ratio, efficiency ratio, and also effectiveness ratio, all is good. So economic ratio from 2014 until 2019, all is economic. So from 80.71%, 2015 is at 81.9%, 2088, 2019 is 91.89%. So all is economic in economic ratio. From efficiency ratio is all is very efficient, plus more than 100%. 2014 118.43%, 2015 119.19%, 2019 109.13%. The last one is effectiveness ratio. From effective until very effective, 98.998% in 2014, 2015 it's 102.39%, in 2019 it's 101.08%. So from the three component calculation in the financial performance of Surabaya city government on revenue and expenditure based on value for money analysis shows all is good result.
This is for discussion from this paper. So I use the budgeting, the financial budgeting, because it's a tool or instrument used by a regional head to evaluate their works unit. So regional government revenue and expenditure budget or APBD contains a financial plan obtained by use by the regional government in the framework of implementing public service in one fiscal year. So with the APBD management is implementation of the various activities and the program that have been planned accordance in the vision, mission, and goals and objective. So what is the goal of the APBD of Surabaya city government? Managing the region for the benefit, prosperity, and the welfare of their citizens.
Yeah. for discussion in value for money analysis from economic to obtain the expected output with a minimal amount of cost for sure. For efficient to obtain a maximum output with minimal input, and for effectiveness to obtain the expected output with the given output. So the use value obtained from each budget amount obtained and spent. Why is it important to measurement the value for money analysis? First one is to increase the level of accountability as well as the implementation of good governance. Good governance. Uh, uh, and the second one is it can be achieved a sense of public trust in the performance of the Surabaya city government.
So the conclusion is the calculation of the three components of the value for money analysis in three indicators: economics, efficiency, and effectiveness, show a good result. For the first one, economic ratio measurement, the Surabaya city government has succeeded to making a budget saving in other words, able to determine budget priorities so as to minimize unnecessary costs. The second one is efficiency ratio measurement. The government has succeeded producing the performance achieved by using the lowest possible source of fund. This is evidenced by comparison between the budget obtained and by amount of the realized expenditure. And the last one is the effectiveness ratio measurement. The government, Surabaya city government, has succeeded the level of realization of the revenue that is greater than the allocation of the revenue.
Thank you for that's our presentation from our paper. Thank you for attending for your attention, and if any question, we are welcome. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, my name is Devinta Ayu Ramadhani. I live in Indonesia. I'm a student of Magister Manajemen STIE Perbanas Surabaya. At this international conference on business and banking innovation, I choose the title of the research is a systematic literature review of liquidity, asset quality, size, solvability, and efficiency of profitability on national private commercial banks go public. The first is the backer. The banking sector of a country has an enormous influence, a complex effect and impacts on the other industrial sector because the risks are even greater for a country's economy. Banking has always involved to meet people needs. That's why banking products and services continue to grow as they grow. This is a become demand for the banks because the public wants banks products and services that can facilitate their needs and service quickly and efficiently. Next, globalization of money market. The more globalization the financial market makes it easier and the greater the volume of interest economic activity. Otherwise, the more liberal or economic system accelerates the process of financial globalization because of the greater funding needs for production and investments activities. According to the Federal Report 2013, globalization has a positive and negative impact. The positive effects of globalization such increased international income because it has a cooperative advantage, access to globalization capital, the spread of technology, the spread of human rights, and increased employment opportunities. So, as improve to welfare the country society. Next, there are 28 national private commercial bank go public period 2015 to 2019. The table 1 shows the profitability on national private commercial bank go public period 2015 to 2019 through the return on asset, as indicated by an average return of 0.02. But presently, there are still many national private commercial banks go public that during the period profitability tends to decline. Besides, there are still many problems on national private commercial banks go public profitability. Next, theoretical review. The first, profitability. Profitability, I use a return on asset or ROA. ROA is the can be calculated by using to this formula is earning before tax divided by total asset multiplied 100%. The second is liquidity. The liquidity, I use the loan deposit to ratio or LDR. LDR can be calculated to this following formula is a total loans divided by total deposit to equity multiplied 100%. The third, asset quality. I use a non-performing loan or NPL. NPL can be calculated by using this following formula is the non-performing loans divided by total loans multiplied 100%. Size, I used can be calculated by using the this formula is the total asset plus total sales plus average life of sales plus average total asset. Solvability. Solvability, I use the capital adequacy ratio or CAR. CAR can be calculated by using this following formula is the equity capital minus fixed asset divided by total loans plus securities multiplied 100%. The aim is the efficiency. I use the operating expense and operating income or POPO. POPO can be calculated by using this following formula is the operating cost divided by operating income multiplied 100%. Objective. 1. To analyze the effect of liquidity of bank's profitability. 2. To analyze the effect of asset quality to bank's profitability. 3. To analyze the effect of sales to bank's profitability. 4. To analyze the effect of solvability to bank's profitability. 5. To analyze effect of efficiency to bank's profitability. Next, a framework. Liquidity has a significant positive effect to profitability. Asset quality has a significant negative effect to profitability. Sales has a significant positive effect to profitability. Solvability has a significant positive effect to profitability. Efficiency has a significant negative effect to profitability. Next, a methods. Research design. This is a conceptual and qualitative research. Identification of variable are a independent variable and the dependent variable. Independent variable, this is a LDR, NPL, size, CAR, and BOPO. Dependent variable is the ROA. Analysis technique. Analysis technique used in the research include descriptive analysis and the statistical analysis. Descriptive analysis is used to describe how the variable in the study come from the research results, while statistical analysis is a panel data regression analysis, which is a combination of time series data and cross data section. Next, a sample. The sample criteria in the study are three samples. 1. National Private Commercial Bank Public for the period 2015-2019. 2. National Private Commercial Bank Public with the complete data related to research variable contained in the annual report for the period 2015-2019. 3. National Private Commercial Bank Public for the 2015 and the 2019 which use the rupiah currency in the company's financial statement. Next, results and the discussion. The effect of liquidity profitability. LDR has a positive impact to ROA. LDR improves the increase and increase in the amount of credit given by banks by a greater percentage than the percentage income in the third-party funds. As a result, an increase in the interest income that is greater than increase interest cost. Increase income, ROA bank will increase. 2. The effect to asset quality to profitability. NPL has a negative impact to ROA. This can happen if the NPL increase and increase non-performance with a percentage level greater than the percentage increase in total credit. As a result, increase in fee reserve is greater than the increase in income, so that bank profits decline and ROA of bank will also decrease. Next, the effect of sales to profitability. Sales has a positive impact to ROA. This can happen if the total assets of bank are large. It can increase market confidence. Large assets used bank operation, especially in credit giving. The large in the sales company, the higher profitability. Next, the effect of solvability to profitability. CAR has a positive impact to ROA. A bank that has sufficient capital translates into higher profitability. The higher CAR achieved by the bank shows the performance getting better, so company profit and increasing. In the result of this study, CAR has a positive significant effect to ROA. Next, the effect efficiency to profitability. Operating expense and operating income or BOPO has a negative impact to ROA because BOPO increase and increase in operational cost is a greater that can increase bank operations income. This cost incurred by the bank is greater than income received the bank, resulting in a discrete bank profit and ROA of a bank also decrease. Next, a conclusion. Conclusion from the discussion above, it can be seen how to important profitability is to the financial performance of bank. The globalization, the financial market, which the process took place simultaneously with the economic openness of the countries in the world. The increasingly globalization financial markets make it easier and the greater volume the economic activity between countries. Conversely, the more liberal world economic system accelerates the process of financial globalization because of the greater funding needs for a product and information activation. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. I'm Lenati from the University, and I'm from Indonesia. I can know my research relation my university. The University is one of the private universities in Semarang. The University has five faculties. There are faculties of computer science, faculty of economics and business, and I'm part of this faculty. The next faculty of humanities, faculty of health science, and then faculty of engineering. And then the University accredited E. Okay, next I want to present my research. The title of my research is Effect of Multiple Conflict on Employees' Performance Motivated by Self-Efficacy. The background of my research is Indonesia has experienced increase in the number of workforce, about 2.224 million people, where 136.18 million workforce are women. In the data indicates women work to pursue personal careers and support family wealth. This situation also indicates an increase in the number of wheelchair women for women at work and wives of mother. The family pattern was it difficult to divide time between work and family needs, so that the role conflict will affect individual performance. And this efficacy is needed developing employee performance. Why? Because self-efficacy in individual will lead to confidence in the ability to complete the work given on time. Based on the background, the objective of the study are analyzing the effect of multiple conflicts on employee performance in banking, and analyzing the variables of efficacy moderates the effect of multiple conflict on employee performance. Next, about theoretical review to support my research. This theory about multiple conflict and employee performance. Multiple conflict is also not about conflict between work and family, which the demands of work and family roles can be in harmony with each other in several ways during health work. According to the previous study with Greenhouse 1985. According to the Lee Hong 2005 stated, people work conflict where conflict between work and family roles can cause pressure and decrease performance. And according to the previous study as a Mahmoud and Ahmad 2000 certain reported the employee performance response to labor conflicts in banking. Therefore, based on the previous research, the first hypothesis of the study is labor conflict has a negative effect on employment. And the next theoretical review about self-efficacy is inherited variable. Self-efficacy is when the perception the effort will produce increase an individual ability to sustain effort when pursuing goals. Self-efficacy can infer behavior selection in motivation, endurance, facilitative thinking patterns, and resistance to stress, so that can increase performance. High self-efficacy are more likely to believe that they can cope with dangerous things, likely to see situation as a threat so as to increase their employee performance. And the previous research conducted by Glazer and Hack 2013 suggested that individuals who have low self-efficacy will feel more threatened because the conflict between work and family increases. So, with this reason, that conflict is more threatening when individuals lack confidence in their ability to face the situation. Someone who has self-efficacy will able to reduce all conflicts that exist in this organization. Therefore, based on the previous research, the second hypothesis in the study is efficacy moderates the relations between multiple role conflict and employee performance. And this then about conceptual research, multiple role conflict is independent variable, employee performance is dependent variable, and efficacy is moderated variable. And that is about methods of this research. The sample of this research is 100 female employees. Is government banks in Semarang. Why banks is same like the previous study, and the data is used in the research is primary data, come from questionnaire. Use a Likert scale, and the data analyzing method used in the methodated regression analysis. And the result of this research, the result of research data, negative effect of multiple conflict on employee performance. Employees who experience multiple conflicts have lower level of performance. So that hypothesis, first hypothesis that multiple conflict has a negative effect on employee performance in the sector. The study results are consistent with research conducted by Mahmoud and Ahmad 2013 that multiple conflicts have a negative and significant effect on employee performance. Measure the multiple conflicts by one worker, the lower their performance. And then the second hypothesis test result suggests that efficacy doesn't moderate the effect of multiple conflicts on employee performance. Therefore, the second hypothesis, the self-efficacy moderate the relation between multiple conflict and employee performance is rejected. The study result contradict with the result of previous research by Magister and Hack 2013, which suggested that individuals with self-efficacy will feel increasingly threatened because of the conflict between work and family increasing. We think that have a contradict about the previous research because have a different sample. The previous research conducted by Glazer and Hack is used university as a sample, and the research uses a bank. Okay, next about the conclusion of the research. Based on the research, show that the first hypothesis assumption and about multiple conflict has a negative effect on employee performance. The second hypothesis is so banks can provide some support to their employees, such as the arrangement by group facilities for women with uh, uh, because the analysis from the study show that woman worker has a decrease in work performance when they have a role conflict. They think about their family and work on face, so it can make decrease performance. Flexible work schedule and supportive work environment can help to increase their performance because a woman worker can work in her and her home with her family. And the government can offer extraordinary support to women workers by arranging special leave for married workers to participate in family activities such as sick leave for children and partners. So I think it's enough for my presentation. Thank you for your attention and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Now we are entering question and answer session between the presenter and the viewers. Question and answer time is 30 minutes. For the reviewers, time is yours.
Let me start with the first presenter. So the first presenter is, let me look at
Mr. Risanda.
Okay, Mr. Risanda and Mr. Tito. Okay. First, when I look, there are two things that I want to comment. First is regarding you measure the efficiency. When I look at your paper and your presentation, you mentioned that that the efficiency is measured using realization of expenditure divided by expenditure budget. When I look at your paper and also your presentation, Pak Riswanda, it seems that all the formula you use to calculate each variable, economic ratio, efficiency ratio, and effectiveness ratio are the same. So you have to check first, so you have to check first the formula you use to calculate the three ratio. Maybe you can comment later on. So because I see that all the formula you are using to calculate the three variables are the same. Assume in calculating the efficiency ratio, actually we can look at the two perspectives. First, maximizing the output for a given level of input or minimizing the input for a given level of output. So it should be if you look from the perspective of input, so the input is the cost, it means the budget, and the output should be the output of the development, the output produced by that budget. Or you can look using maximizing concept, the output of using the budget divided by the allocated budget. Assume you take the first perspective, that input divided by output. It means that the allocated budget divided by the result of the development. It means the result of using the budget, the output. So you can conclude whether it is effective or not. If the score is less than 100, it is effective because input divided by output. I don't know exactly which one you are using because the formula you use, it seems that are all the same. If you use input divided by output, then effective will be if the ratio is less than 100. However, if you take the second perspective, output divided by input, then effective should be when the ratio is higher. So again, it depends. When I look at the paper, it seems that you take the first perspective, input divided
Yeah.
by output. But
Yes.
in the criteria when determining whether it is effective and efficient or not efficient, you use if it is higher than 100, it is efficient. It should be
Okay.
you should correct on that the conclusion.
Okay,
That
thank you.
My comment. Okay.
Okay, thank
But
you.
you also have to take a look the third indicator, because of the formula you are using sim the sim.
Okay, thank
Now
you.
Okay, Pak Riswanda.
Yeah.
Okay. For the second presenter, please. The second presenter is, what is the second presenter? Let me take a look. The second presenter is Devinta Ayu. Okay. Yeah, Devinta Ayu. Devinta Ayu, if you do a literature review, it should be very, very depth. It should be very, very depth. You cannot rely, you cannot do literature review, say only using 10 until 15 reference. When you do literature review, it needs a lot of reference. Sometimes more than 50 reference. It's very important, because literature review is mean that you take many perspectives regarding the variable being concerned. If your concern in your article, if your concern is the determinant of of bank profitability, you have to take many literature. Yeah, you have to evaluate many literature that are deemed to influence the profitability. You need to consider whether the variable should be dependent variable, or whether the variable should be moderating variable, or maybe the variable should be a mediating variable. It's very common. It's very common when you conduct literature study. You need to think about the possibility of having moderating or having mediating variable. Look, for example, in this case, when you evaluate the determinant of profitability, let me look at the last variable. It is efficiency. When you look at the central bank, OJK regulation, Financial Service Authority, OJK classified BOPO, operating costs divided by operating income, as a measure of bank profitability. So if you use operating costs divided by operating income, I do believe that it will influence greatly, even with a coefficient close to 0.9. Because in Indonesian bank, the main source of profitability come from operating income, and BOPO, or operating cost divided by operating income, is the reverse of operating income divided by operating expense, operating costs. So again, my suggestion, if you do this kind of literature study, you need a lot of reference. And when choosing any variable, you have to support not only using the literature, but also using theoretical framework. For example, when choosing for size, the impact of size, the profitability, in many cases, the impact of size is not positive, rather than use it at a certain level of size. Size increase the profitability, but up to a certain point, the bank become very big, the impact could be negative. So you can support your argument using such, for example, scale of economies. And when the increase of size reduce the profitability, it is called this economic of skill. So you have to support the argument not only using the reference but also using some theory. That's my suggestion. So be careful when doing literature review. And the third is the third article is article by Bu Awanis Liniati from Yanuswantoro Semarang. Okay. Okay. When I look, let me check first. Okay. Bu Awanis mentioned in the abstract that you use moderating regression analysis. He said it is true. Okay.
Yes.
And I found that self-efficacy has no moderating impact, but it has direct negative impact on the employee performance. One of the literature you mentioned is article by Glaser and Hatch. So when you refer to that article, be careful because Glaser and Hatch didn't study the impact of work conflict and self-efficacy on performance rather than on threat esteem. So it's very different. Performance should be positive thing, and threat esteem should be negative thing. So if the result is conflicting to those of Glaser and Hatch, it is true because the dependent variable has different meaning. Yeah, you are using performance, but Glaser and Hatch using threat esteem. Threat esteem is that reduce the esteem. When it is reduce the esteem, it increase the performance. When it increase the threat esteem, it reduce the performance. So be careful and quoting the source. Okay. Beyond that reference, my comment is you need to elaborate regarding the moderating effect of self-efficacy, on performance. When I look at your paper, it seems that self-efficacy doesn't significantly affect doesn't significantly moderating the effect of multiple role conflict on performance. But if we take say 10% of level of confidence, it does negatively influence. So maybe in this context, maybe you can explore, you can elaborate why in this context self-efficacy negatively moderate the impact of self-efficacy, of multiple role conflict on performance. I think that from my perspective, the more confident someone, when they face a conflict situation, when they face conflict situation, they cannot expect the situation because because they believe they're good enough, and they face many conflict in work, and they cannot accept that condition because they don't accept the condition. They reduce motivation to improve the performance. So having self-confidence, having capability, facing with many conflict, make them to have less motivation to perform better. It's my opinion, but my point is that you need to expand on that variable, because when you put on moderating variable, so the focus of analysis should be on that variable. Should be on variable. And the last maybe, if you want to put your article in say international journal, maybe you need to consider to add more sample. As I mentioned yesterday, yeah, the fewer the sample, the higher the probability that the hypothesis is rejected. It means that the null hypothesis tend to be accepted. If you add the number of sample, maybe it gives you more chance of supporting the hypothesis that self-efficacy moderate the impact of multiple rule conflict on performance. That's all my suggestion. Thank you very much. Okay, Prof. Mongit.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Pak Lutfi. It's very interesting paper. Yeah. First, I would like to give a comment on Risanda paper about the. I think this is talking about the public finance or something related to the budget and etc.
Yes, of course.
I like the way you present the paper because you try to compare economic effectiveness and efficiency. That is very good.
Okay, thank you.
However, if you look at the efficiency, what you mentioned in the ratio is, I think that is a inefficiency ratio. Yeah, I think you just need to change that.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other thing
Yes, we will.
that's very important is you study Surabaya. And Surabaya is very, very special because it is regarded as the very successful regional region, yeah, in implementing regional autonomy. And I read a book because yesterday from the, I think not yesterday, last week lah, there is something like a webinar on the public economies, yeah, regional economies. There is a book. It is book right about the value for money in the regional council, regional local government. Yeah, you can find it. It is free. You may contact me if you want that book. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
The issue that you have to stress this in this case is that the value for money is meaning that you get more for less. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you spend less, but you get more. That is the issue that you can. To make your paper is stronger, I think you need to measure the outcome. Yeah, the outcome. How to do that? It is very simple. You go to Surabaya because you are previously you are from Surabaya, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Surabaya. You ask maybe doing some more discussion with how the people, how the unemployment, people of Surabaya think about what is happening now. If they're satisfied, it means what you have with the data from secondary data, supported with the primary data, that will be very good. And
okay, thank you.
It will be what we call it. You will have a chance if you publish in the local government journal. Yeah, it is I think Q2. Yeah, it is Q2. And the Surabaya is very famous because of our Magister. Yeah, it's very famous because of the best in the world. So I think that is the chance. But I appreciate you are young lecturer. You try to do something like this, and it is very good. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. And then it is about the banking performance from Devita. Yeah. From Dr. Luffy told you a lot of things about the how to do what they call it literary review, and it is of course totally correct. Yeah. And that you have to do. Even in the academic world, yeah, I cannot write the paper on the literary review on financial inclusion. Why? Because I never produced a paper on that issue. That is the ethic in the but because you are student, it is okay lah for you to do that. And what you need is just to make it better, and you make what we call it meta-analysis. Which one using ordinary square? Which one using the panel data? Which one using the efficiency, profit efficiency? Which one using ratio? So I think that can be very good if you can do that, and of course you will be able to have your paper published in maybe Sinta 2 journal, yeah. Okay. But not many journal accepted the what they call it the literary review if it is not written very senior. Hopefully, if you can put my name there, you will have a chance to be published, to be accepted. Yeah. Okay. So what you need is now is try to make it more what we call it, more sophisticated in presenting the result. It is very important. So sometimes, you know, to all of you, yeah, here, journal sometimes very in the decision making process is very strange. For example, very good paper maybe not accepted because the way the present is not very good. But ordinary or on average paper can be accepted because of the way. So because it is human decision is very complicated. Okay, and that is Vita. Congratulations, you finish your paper, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
And then the last one is it is about the cell advocacy, yeah. Oh, this is the paper is good, but unfortunately, which doctor, yeah, doctor. I think it is about the yeah, Awanis, yeah, Dr. Awanis, yeah. Are you with me, doctor? Doctor?
Yes,
No, I'm
Prof.
not doctor.
Not yet doctor, yeah. Okay.
On
yeah.
the way, Prof.
On the way, yeah. That is very good. Yeah. Okay. Is it your part of your PhD thesis? Hello? Is it part of your paper? Is part of your thesis or just a regular paper?
Just for regular papers.
Oh, just for regular paper. Okay, good. The idea of the paper is good, very good. Unfortunately, sorry, I have to say, you should read more paper, the recent paper. It is not acceptable to quote the paper 2006 for the publication. And
Yes,
it is very important part of your thesis, that is self-efficacy. That is 2006. So try to find the newest one.
the new one, yes.
The new one, yeah, that is good. However, I'm very sure that if you make the paper better in terms of presenting, etc., and then of course, Dr. Lupi told you already that you have to add more respondent. I think it is very good because you are writing on the banking, and you have to mention this, why the banking. Banking is services. Services is usually require very strong discipline, and it means that the family interest and the office interest sometimes contradiction. Yeah. So that is if you have to mention that. Yeah.
Yes.
And then the other thing is about the interpretation. It is interested because your moderator variable is not significant. Yeah, is it right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is very good interpretation. I think one thing you have to consider to look at your data is whether it is the number of the senior and junior is almost similar. Yeah. When there is a similar, there is conflicting. When the conflicting means it's becoming the mean average, and then when the average, it means not significant. It can be like that. However, if the result is continuously like that one, it means you have very good, what we call it, conclusion and implication and etc. That in reality, when the people are conflicting whether the cell efficacy is very good and very strong, when you are what is again contrasting with the family interest, family interest is stronger. That is, I think, the interpretation of the result. If you can provide that evidence clearly and make it bold, it means that it is strong in your paper. Oh, it's very good.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for your suggestions.
Yeah, that is so it is very good. And you also try to compare even individual, yeah, only dependent, independent, and then moderate, and that is very good. The way of it. Okay. Okay. Good luck. Hopefully, it can be published in very good.
Thank you.
My suggestion: don't put in the. I think it will be published in the not in journal. So we have to retract it because it will have opportunity to be published in journal. If it is already in proceeding, it cannot be because you are a lecturer. So that is the thing you have to consider. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. Thank you very much for reviewers for the next session. There are 3 presenters that will deliver their research. For the first, I would like to call Dr. Mahmudin. Are you here? Dr. Mahmudin? Okay, there is no Dr. Mahmudin. Okay, now in this session, just 2 presenters. First, Moza Haidu Hasanatina, SMSc from Universitas Dia Nuswantoro with research title The Factor of Banking Capital Structure Determination in Indonesia. And the second, Mr. Jimmy Herlambang from Universitas Surabaya with research title Corporate Partnership of PT SKLT with Cracker MSME in Sidoarjo as a firm corporate social responsibility. For the presenters, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Professor Dr. Abdul Monij, PhD, and Dr. Lutfi Empin as the reviewer of this conference. And good afternoon for all the committee of this conference, and good afternoon for everybody in this meeting today. We are Poza Diyasanatina, Amalia Nur Hasana, and Vicky Octaviani from Dia Nuswantoro University. First, we want to thank because we have an opportunity today. We can present our paper, and the title of our paper is The Factor of Capital Structure in Islamic and Conventional Bank in Indonesia. And that is a background of our paper. We know that in this modern economy, bank has an important and strategic role as financial service institution. And bank provides product and service that can help the economic development and smoothing the function of financial markets. As the growth of banking industry, there is the development of dual banking system, which are Islamic bank and conventional bank. Islamic bank is a new potential player along with conventional bank. We can see it in figure 1.1. It shows the compound average growth, okay, Islamic banking statistic. From the data, we know that on period of 2016 until 2018, the data show that asset financing and deposit growth around 7% until 10% in annually. And especially for Indonesia, banking sector continue to grow in the double digit, which asset growing 14.5%, while financing and deposit registered 11.2% and 13% respectively. In carrying out operational activity, it is important for management to determine capital structure decision. Capital structure decision relate about composition of debt, preferred stock, and common stock, and the determinant of capital structure have to be considered by bank, such as size, growth, profitability, and liquidity. And this is objective of our paper to examine the effect of size, growth, profitability, and liquidity on bank capital structure. And this is about theoretical review about capital structure, size, growth, profitability, and liquidity. We know that capital structure, also known as financial leverage, it refers to a mixture of a variety of securities like long-term debt, common share, and preferred share. And it's provide deep insight, a short and long-term debt policy of any organization. And size can be expressed in the term of total asset. The greater asset, the greater the size of the company. And growth. So company operational activity, it can be expressed in the term of asset growth. Profitability, we know that profitability is the ability of the company to earn profit through its business operation by using asset owned by a company. And liquidity is the strength of the company in paying off its obligation are due to in the short term. And this is our hypothesis. We have 4 hypotheses. The first one is size has positive significant effect on capital structure. And the second one is growth has positive significant effect on capital structure. And the third hypothesis is profitability has positive significant effect on capital structure. And the last hypothesis is liquidity has positive significant effect on capital structure. We know that size has direct effect on capital structure. It's that from Grove and Hayder 2010, and Titman and Wessel also state that size makes possibility of bankless bankruptcy, have stable cash flow, and can adopt debt financing in their capital structure more. And about growth with company with higher growth require to more fund than lower of growth company. Company with high growth will continue to expand their business, and fund needed are certainly not small anymore. And Lisyawati, Umar, and Supriyanto 2017 state the growth has a positive and significant effect on capital structure. And the effect of profitability and capital structure, company able to generate profit, and it's the measure of level of operational activity in using its asset. Profit is often used as an indicator that investor look at before the investor funds, because profit describe the ability the company to fulfill their obligation to shareholder. This is indicate that profit is important because in the fact that influence capital structure in order to carrying out the company operational activities. And the effect of liquidity, Kouduri and Zaman 2018 state that liquidity makes bank have ability to cover the short-term obligation at the due date. Bank has more power to pay its debt. Company makes capital structure decision with more debt rather than issuing equity. And this is the research method. We have a quantitative research and research model using ordinary least square with fixed effect model. And research model is capital structure is an independent variable, and size, growth, profitability, and liquidity is independent variable. Capital structure is dependent variable. And the population of our research is bank in Indonesia covering all conventional and Islamic bank. And the sample are 49 banks. Characteristic of our sample, we are using purpose sampling technique, and the characteristic is are bank that registered and supervised by Otoritas Jasa Keuangan and publish financial report for 2015 until 2019 period. And this is the result of discussion. The results are size has positive significant effect on capital structure in full sample and conventional and Sharia bank. I have to introduce first. This is the model, our model. We split our sample. We testing the hypothesis with two steps. First step is we test the hypothesis with full sample, and the second step we test the hypothesis with split sample. And for the full sample, size has positive significant effect, and also in the split sample, size have positive significant effect on capital structure. And growth has positive significant effect on capital structure in full sample and conventional bank, but no significant effect in Islamic bank. Profitability and liquidity have no significant effect on capital structure in full sample, conventional bank, and also Islamic bank. This is the discussion of our result. Size and growth has a positive significant effect on capital structure. Size has a direct effect on capital structure, and it has a positive effect in debt, and then it indicates that bank with larger size can obtain more debt than the small one, and then size makes possibility of bankruptcy less, has stable cash flow, and I can adopt debt financing in their capital structure. And this is the discussion of growth has positive significant effect on capital structure. Like Lisiana Umar and Supriyanto 2017, growth has positive and significant effect on capital structure. Company with higher of growth require more fund than lower of growth company. And company with high growth will continue to expand their business, and the fund needed are certainly not small. So, company can make more debt on capital, on their capital proportion. And this is the conclusion of our research. The finding is size and growth have a significant positive effect on capital structure, while profitability and liquidity have no significant effect on capital structure. And the limitation are simple is still limited, and R square is still quite small. The suggestion of this paper is add more sample and variable that relate, and the research model can be expanded by adding the effect of capital structure to firm value. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pertama-tama saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pihak Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi Perbanas Surabaya yang telah menyelenggarakan International Conference on Business and Banking Innovation ini, sehingga saya dari Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Ekonomi 66 Kendari beserta teman-teman yang lain dapat berpartisipasi dalam International Conference ini. Judul penelitian kami adalah identifikasi dan analisis pola pertumbuhan ekonomi regional pada daerah otonom baru Provinsi Sulawesi Tenggara. Latar belakang, berdasarkan data pertumbuhan ekonomi di Provinsi Sulawesi Tenggara 6,57% per tahun dengan peningkatan 0,04% selama tahun 2014 sampai dengan 2018. Khusus daerah otonom baru yaitu Kabupaten Kolaka Timur 6,73% dengan perkembangan menurun 0,69%. Kabupaten Muna Barat 6,96% dengan perkembangan menurun 0,24%. Demikian pula Buton Tengah pertumbuhan ekonomi mencapai 5,88% dengan perkembangan menurun 0,05%. BPS Ultra tahun 2019. Kondisi data tersebut memberikan gambaran tentang kondisi nyata yang terjadi terkait dengan pertumbuhan ekonomi di daerah otonom baru, sehingga memerlukan perbaikan melalui regulasi yang dapat diimplementasikan oleh daerah otonom baru, dan diharapkan hasil penelitian yang dilaksanakan ini representatif untuk di wilayah Provinsi Sulawesi Tenggara pada khususnya dan di Indonesia pada umumnya. Sasaran penelitian: 1. Memberikan solusi bagi daerah otonom baru yang potensial tertinggal atau tertinggal untuk menjadi daerah otonom yang maju. 2. Memberikan solusi bagi sektor ekonomi yang masih terbelakang dan menjadi prioritas pengembangan di daerah otonom baru. 3. Memberikan solusi bagi peningkatan kontribusi produk domestik regional bruto daerah otonom baru. 4. Memberikan solusi bagi peningkatan nilai interaksi ekonomi daerah otonom baru dengan daerah di sekitarnya. Theoretical review yang dikembangkan dalam riset ini adalah pertumbuhan ekonomi, menciptakan pertumbuhan ekonomi, faktor-faktor yang mempengaruhi pertumbuhan ekonomi, ekonomi regional, otonomi regional, dan ada juga framework yang dalam penelitian ini saya tidak jelaskan satu persatu karena keterbatasan waktu untuk alokasi presentasi. Metode penelitian. Lokasi penelitian ini ditentukan secara purposif pada 3 daerah kabupaten otonom baru, yaitu Kabupaten Muna Barat, Buton Tengah, dan Kabupaten Kolaka Timur. Teknik pengumpulan data dalam riset ini menggunakan studi dokumen, pedoman wawancara, dan fokus grup diskusi. Teknik analisa data dalam penelitian ini menggunakan analisis tipologi klasen, analisis LG, shift share, presentasi kontribusi, dan model pendekatan analisa gravitas. Temuan penelitian. 1. Tipologi daerah otonom baru di Provinsi Sulawesi Tenggara, yaitu poin A Kabupaten Kolaka Timur. Berdasarkan hasil penelitian, memiliki tipologi yang termasuk dalam daerah makmur. Poin B, Kabupaten Muna Barat memiliki tipologi potensial tertinggal. Poin C, Kabupaten Buton Tengah memiliki tipologi sebagai daerah otonom baru yang tertinggal. Temuan penelitian yang kedua, sektor-sektor ekonomi yang masih terbelakang dan harus menjadi prioritas pengembangan adalah sebagai berikut. Kabupaten Kolaka Timur, sektor yang terbelakang adalah pengadaan air, pengelolaan sampah, limbah, dan daur ulang. Kemudian jasa keuangan dan asuransi, serta real estate. Sektor unggulan, perdagangan besar dan eceran, reparasi mobil dan sepeda motor, administrasi pemerintahan, pertahanan dan jaminan sosial wajib, termasuk jasa-jasa lainnya. Kabupaten Muna Barat, sektor terbelakang adalah industri pengolahan, pengadaan air, pengolahan sampah, limbah, dan daur ulang. Sektor unggulan, konstruksi, administrasi pemerintahan, pertahanan dan jaminan sosial wajib, jasa kesehatan, dan kegiatan sosial. Kabupaten Buton Tengah, sektor terbelakang, industri pengolahan, penyediaan akomodasi dan makanan minuman, jasa perusahaan, administrasi pemerintahan, pertanahan dan wajib sosial. Kemudian jasa lainnya. Sektor unggulan di Kabupaten Buton Tengah, pertanian, kehutanan, dan perikanan. Pengadaan air, pengelolaan sampah, limbah, dan daur ulang. Konstruksi, perdagangan besar dan eceran, reparasi mobil dan sepeda motor, jasa pendidikan. Temuan penelitian yang ketiga, sumbangsi daerah otonom baru terhadap produk domestik regional bruto Sulawesi Tenggara. Poin A, Kabupaten Kolaka Timur sebesar 3,57% rata-rata per tahun, kurun waktu tahun 2014 sampai dengan 2018. Meskipun demikian, berfluktuasi dan cenderung menurun. Poin B, Kabupaten Muna Barat sebesar 1,96%, tetapi pada tahun 2018 mengalami penurunan. Kabupaten Buton Tengah sebesar 1,80%, meskipun demikian sumbangsi yang diberikan berfluktuasi dan cenderung menurun.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity given to me today to present the journal at Second International Conference on Business and Banking Innovation. My name is Jimmy Herlambang. I come from University of Surabaya. Universitas Surabaya or Ubaya is continuation of STIE University Surabaya, which was founded in 1966 by community leaders, educators, entrepreneurs, and government. In 1968, the name Trisakti University was changed to the University of Surabaya. The construction of the college on Jalan Ngagojaya Selatan 169 was resumed on March 11, 1968, and this date is celebrated Ubaya birthday. Ubaya to be the first university in heart and mind. Journal that will present title Corporate Partnership PT SKLT with Crackers MSME in Sidoarjo as a form corporate social responsibility or CSR. Background: Sidoarjo is known the city that produces shrimp and fish. Various kinds of the food are produced from both sea product and ponds. One of the which is crackers, which are very popular in Indonesia as snack and side dishes. So that there are so many MSME crackers started in city of Sidoarjo. However, the majority of crackers produced by MSME are still traditional, where they do not maintain cleanliness of the production process. There is not good production standard, and drying process is still in open place, which is very susceptible to contamination and does not understand the standard healthy food processing. In other hand, in Sidoarjo, there are also a largest crackers factory in Indonesia, which has go public and is well known in foreign country. The crackers company is PT SKLT, was founded in 1976. The program CSR, actually the PT SKLT company has carried out many social activities to improve the welfare, the community both around the factory and the city of Sidoarjo. The particularly such as blood donation, giving aid facility, and scholarship to school in need. However, the natural of the CSR program so far is only short period or temporative and is a charity. It will be better if the business ethic in this company can be carried out more brutally and mutually, is that it is not merely empathic in nature, but there more toward is a commitment of the company, so that is a broad impact on the society around it. The objective, the purpose, the research is to look in the general description of the crackers MSME in Sidoarjo and how this CSR is activated in empowering the crackers MSME in Sidoarjo as a business partner under the PT SKLT, and see what the CSR strategy are being carried out to advance and improve the existing PT SKLT. Theoretical review. One, business ethic. Ethic basically also refer to the harmony, the life between human and their natural environment, and this important to human for the sustainability of human life itself. CSR is seen as the value that serve as guidelines by the corporation to then be disseminated to customer and stakeholder, so as to create a positive image for the company and ultimately lead the benefit for the corporation. GCG, governance is in a good state if there is synergy between the government, private sector, civil society, and in the management natural, societal, environmental, and economic resource. Partnership. According to Sumarjo et al. 2004, there are 5 partnership patterns. 1. Plasma core partnership pattern. 2. Subcontract partnership pattern. 3. General trade partnership pattern. 4. Agency partnership pattern. And 5. The partnership pattern of operational agribusiness, or KOA. Is business relationship pattern run by partner groups and partner companies. The partner group provide the cost, capital, management, and provision of the means the production to legalize or cultivative an agricultural commodity. In addition, partner companies also play the role as guarantor to the product market by increased product added value through processing and packaging. Research method. In this study, we use a qualitative research method with descriptive research type. Research and discussion. The study conducted a directly interview the owner of Cracker MSMA with the aim of knowing the condition that have been faced by Crackers MSMA, so the researcher can find out about the existence of business partnership cooperation offering that will be offered by PT SKLT to the Crackers MSMA. From the result of an exclusive interview with one of the PT SKLT company management level, information was obtained that the CSR activity carried out by the company were limited. Then they more to explore the other reason. Some of the crackers in Sidoarjo have participated the partnership and some have not. On 7 crackers MSA who interested participating the partnership, the 7 MSA hope we join and 2 not. The objective, the business partnership pattern provide the PT SKLT to Crackers MSA in Sidoarjo include 1. Making the Crackers MSMA in Sidoarjo like a pillar the people economy. 2. Providing the capital and financial assistance to be able to expand their land, assistance to buy infrastructure, equipment needed so far. Provide training in the process making crackers, drying and proper and hygiene packaging, helping to minimize their damage or reject products and providing the explanation of the important quality control and quality in every aspect of the product. Introduction technology in machinery. Next, improving the ability owners and his workforce to more training and skill. Processing crackers and packaging to marketing. Then provide maintenance training to tools they use, that tool use are maintained properly and hygiene. Providing the brand image that with PT SKLT training and coaching, their product are a part of the brand of Vina, so that it will increase selling power their product in wide sale market. Conclusion. From the result of the study, it can be included of the 9 crackers MSA in Sidoarjo that have been observed and in the interview that research 7 crackers MSMA are willing to join the partnership program with PT SKLT with the hope of the advantage their business in the future, while and will the other 2 crackers MSA are not willing. The pattern business partnership that is very sustainable to be applied with crackers and MSA in Sidoarjo is the agribusiness operational partnership with has a productive partnership pattern or mutual symbiosis. With a clear vision and mission in business partnership cooperation with Cracker and SMA in Sidoarjo, it will make PT SKLT easier and more flexible in Sidoarjo environmental. Then it will develop its business, and this training will serve as promotion with in PT SKLT business for all more and more widely now in wider community, and has created a positive brand image. So the possible expand to network buyer investor come to PT SKLT. Okay, that's this my presentation. Thank you for attending them.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we are entering the Q&A session between the presenter and reviewer. For the reviewer, time is yours.
Okay, please, Pak. I got the difficulties with my Zoom, Pak.
Please unmute.
Okay, let's start with Ms. Foza.
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
here.
You are studying the determinant of bank capital structure. Okay. It is, I found many studies discussing about this kind of research that are the determinant of capital structure. When you study about capital structure of banks, yeah, you can look at the perspective, Ms. Fauza. From the perspective of capital, and second, from the perspective of debt. Yeah, if you use the perspective of capital, usually we calculate what we call ET, equity to asset ratio. Yeah, or sometimes we use equity to risk-weighted asset. The second perspective is to use the debt to equity ratio or debt to total asset ratio. Whatever the perspective you are using in analyzing the bank determinant, I suggest you to look at the theory of capital structure, the theory of bank capital structure by Diamond and Rajan. You can find easily in the internet. Why it's very important? Because in bank industry, capital structure decision is not free. It's influenced by regulation. For example, in Indonesia, bank has to have at least 8% of capital adequacy ratio. And currently, the ratio increased from 8 to 10.5 to the implementation of Basel III. So we cannot, we cannot analyze the impact of any variable on the capital freely, as in manufacturing company or any other company. Okay, for example, when you look at the impact of liquidity, on bank capital structure, if you look from the perspective of capital rather than from the perspective of debt, liquid asset is the substitute of capital. The higher the liquidity ratio, the higher the possibility of bank can absorb any risk that arise. It means that the higher the liquidity capital, the lower the capital. The higher the liquidity ratio, the lower the capital, or the higher the debt. That's the discussion regarding the impact of liquidity on the ratio. So you have to look at that that argument. As I mentioned, that liquidity ratio is the substitute of capital. Because it seems that the discussion from my analysis, you discuss the impact of any ratio. It seems you analyze manufacturing company or non-financial company that is not that highly regulated. Okay. The second, for example, when you look at the impact of size, yeah, size. In your article, you show that size significantly influence what, positive or negative?
Positive.
Positive, yeah. What is your argument, Ms. Fauza?
This is because according trade-off theory, Mr. This is a company with higher size tend to make more debt because it makes possibility of bankruptcy less and have stable cash flow, can adapt adopt debt financing in the capital structure.
It's true for manufacturing company, but from the perspective of banking industry, the source of size, the main source of size is third-party fund. Third-party fund. Deposito giro tabungan. So if the company want to increase the size, so the main source is third-party fund. So again, as I mentioned before, when discussing capital structure on banking industry, you have to be careful because it is highly regulated industry. And when you discuss the impact of any variable, you have to look at the very specific characteristic of the industry. Okay, there are many things. Yeah. So why it is positive? Again, because third-party fund is dead. But remember, yeah, regarding the bank industry, increasing the third-party fund actually is not capital structure decision. It's not capital structure decision because company need fund from the third party. So again, I just mentioned that warning. The last one, maybe Ms. Fauza, you use panel data. I suggest you to use panel data technique rather than least square. Why? It's very important because if you use a data consisting of cross-section and time series data, they have two kind of variation. The first variation comes from cross-section with between company, and the second variation is variation within company over time period. Jadi yang pertama adalah antar waktu, yang kedua antar perusahaan. And this square can handle that kind of variation. Based of my experience, maybe juga Prof. Mogit has the same experience. I always use panel data technique. In Indonesia, most commonly it is fixed effect. So if you mention fixed effect method, it should be panel data, Ms. Fauza. That's my my comment. And my second comment is because for Pak Mahmudin, because I don't have the full paper, so it's difficult for me to give the comment. Maybe I left to Pak Mongit to give the comment. I'm sorry, Pak Mahmudi. And the last comment is paper by Mr. Jimmy. Is that right? Jimmy Herlambang.
Yes.
Actually, it is a nice topic, a very nice topic, Pak Jimmy. Very nice topic. You examine the impact, what is it? The corporate social responsibility, yeah, of PT KSLT in for the cracker, medium, small, micro, small, medium enterprise is Sidoarjo. And you find a lot of data. You mentioned that you interview the owner or the founder of the cracker industry, the cracker firm. But I didn't see that your discussion explore the data. You just, when I look the discussion, the discussion is less than 1 page, Pak Jimmy. Even though the data presented in this paper, yeah, a lot of useful data. You present in table 4.1, table 4.2, you need to explore the data. That's my first suggestion. My second suggestion is good idea if you explore, yeah, if you explore each benefit, yeah. You mentioned that there are many benefits, Pak Jimmy. Is that right, Pak Jimmy? Mr. Jimmy?
Okay.
You mentioned many benefits. You have to explore each benefit in more detail.
Okay.
And the discussion should be supported first by the data presented in table 4.1 and 4.2, and second, the information you gather from interview. If you add the analysis, yeah, by supporting the data and the interview from the owner, I do believe that it is very, very interesting paper. Very interesting paper. As I mentioned before, unlikely the discussion is very short, Pak Jimmy. The discussion is very short. Yeah. So I would like to underline my suggestion. Please discuss each benefit, yeah, in more depth, yeah, and its discussion must be supported by the data and by the interview. And another thing that you put in table 4.3, yeah, the partnership program. It is good, but it will be better if you add one more column, Mr. Jimmy.
Yes.
One more column explaining the benefit from the perspective of the owner, because each owner may have different opinion regarding the benefit. So you have to act more on that matter. That's all my comment. Please, Prof. Mungit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Luffy. It's interested to be here to have some paper and to check it and then the discussion. And the first paper I would like to discuss is about the capital structure. Yes, right. What Dr. Lutfi said about the capital structure in the banking. You already put in your paper about some theory of the in the capital structure, but mostly it is in the industrial non-banking theory, yeah, like the of theory, etc. You can do, and then the most important you have to put in your paper when you talk about the banking is theory of bank capital, Diamond and Divik. This is very good and very comprehensive theory on the bank capital structure. And of course, as previously mentioned, the bank is not free in deciding how much capital they have to put in the balance sheet. It is not free. It is highly regulated. So, because of the capital regulation is an obligation, and I think it is very good topic right now because of the Bank Indonesia, even now the Financial Service Authority of Indonesia also require the bank to put more capital. So there is pressure, and the pressure is, can be seen from the sales of the small bank to the foreign investor. That is, I think, the issue that you can
you can rise. Yeah, because of the regulation on the minimum capital, so many bank owner cannot fulfill that regulation, so they sell it to the foreign investor. So most of the bank, now small bank, is owned by the foreigners. The latest one is the Bukopin, the Kokpin Bank now on that. Okay. In general, the paper is good, yeah, well structured, yeah, well structured. And I have a question for you now. Do you have your series access?
Yes, I have, Mr.
Oh, that is very good. So your university subscribe, or you ask your friend from other university?
I have it from my last university. I'm from Gajah Mada University, and I have an access on Osiris.
Oh, that is
I still can access. Yes.
So it means you can extend the data by adding more time, yeah, more years, yeah. So you can have if you have the data more than 600, you can have opportunity your paper to be accepted in the Q3 journal, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Second thing that I suggest you, maybe you put one paragraph on the theory of the capital, especially the Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 capital in the banking, because it is a very related very much with your issue. Yeah. And the other thing is, because I have a paper on this, it is published in the Journal of the International Journal of Business and Society from UNIMAS. My conclusion is that the debt to equity ratio is now a very powerful ratio to determine the performance and etc. And then the recent paper, but not yet published, yeah, but I hope next month will be published, because now it's still under process of making it better, yeah, from suggestion from the reviewer. I found that the debt to equity ratio is stronger and significant for the risk of bankruptcy. So you have to mention that such reason. Oh, this is why. This is the reason why you do what we call it the debt to equity ratio.
Yeah.
So if you have a paper on that, yeah, so you put that in that income, because it will make the chief editor of oh, this is interested. So you are reading a lot of things on this topic. So that is good. So I think I would like to suggest you to make it better. And then the other thing is, this is about the, why you only, my question is, this is very critical when the journal. In Indonesia, we have 100 more banks, but why you choose only 49 banks? That is the reason must be very strong.
Because in Osiris just available for 49 bank in Indonesia, Mr.
Oh. So that means you have to write down that.
Oh,
the
yeah.
data is only cover 49 banks because the availability in the user ID. Yeah?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think that is, I hope you, if I suggest you, yeah, don't put in the you have to think to publish it in the journal, yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mohit.
Yeah.
Time for Q&A session. 10 more minutes.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now the Pak Mahmudin, yeah, it's about regional economy. Basically, the idea of the research is very good. Yeah.
Mahmudin is with me?
Mahmud is not here, Mr.
Okay, if not, I will not give a comment. Yeah. Okay. So now I continue to Bapak Erlambang. Yeah, it is talking about the CSR from the SKL. I suggest you one thing. First, you have to write the Sekar Laut, yeah. When it is called it, because nobody, maybe not all people know that it is Sekar Laut, yeah, yeah. Okay. And you talk about a lot of things on the issue of the GSR, and then that is good. However, my concern is only in one thing. You have a lot of data, but the way you present is not yet very good. So I suggest you like this one. Do what we call it the zip share analysis, for example. Because you come to the your data is there, it's just the way to present it. And then you say, oh, this is the because of the GSR from the Laut, they are now better in terms of production process. You can ask, do you have, you already there, the benefit of this, for example, in terms of production process, in terms of cleanness, in terms of the environment awareness, in terms of the improvement in the production process, improvement in the profitability. That is very good. And if you put it in every sub part, yeah, subject, sub part of the, you put that, oh, that is very good. Yeah. So your paper will be very strong because you can provide the evidence that the GSR is very good for this small, medium enterprise. And this is as it is the GSR, not business partnership. You have to make it different. It's very good. And if you put it in every sub part, yeah, subject, sub part of the, you put that, oh, that is very good. Yeah. So your paper will be very strong because you can provide the evidence that the GSR is very good for this small, medium enterprise. And this is as it is the GSR, not business partnership. You have to make it different. If business partnership, there is a contract that the SKML will take some product. It doesn't like that then.
No.
No. It is just to keep some like charity and something and to help them make it better. Because the in terms of the market is different. See, Darja is very famous for the cracker product. So it is very good if the Sekar Laut do does the Sekar Laut provide the technology for the production process?
Yes.
Yeah, that is so because of they give that technical assistance and maybe supporting the production process in terms of the tool and etc. It is very good. You already in there in your data. You make it separated. And, so how many small medium company you visited? How many?
About 9 MSA.
No, 9, yeah. So you discussing that. Yeah. So it is, we call it a descriptive analytic. The strongest thing is if you present it in the table or in whatever you can, and then you explain it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that will be very good because you already work very hard to visit 9 companies. I think that is my suggestion. Hopefully, it will be a very good paper after this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mahmudin, Master Mahmudin. Just let note that the
not here.
Not here.
Yes.
he wrote the abstract is too much, too long. Yeah. So I think that is not standard for the abstract. Abstract is very short, yeah, very short and precise. I mean, from that abstract, you can conclude a lot of things. You can have information on the research itself, the methodology and conclusion. Very short. So I think the way Mr. Mahmudin doing is, but I like it. He tried to combine a lot of the methodology, method, yeah, from the explanation, yeah, like zip share, like the basis analysis, and I think that is the very good. But as you may conclude that, I think the region like Kolaka will not survive if there is no nickel company in there. Nickel company from China, there is very big, and they contribute a lot to the local economy. I think that is the Amalia, my.
Okay. Thank you very much for reviewers. In the next section, there are two presenters that will deliver the research. First, Miss Niza Nurmalasari SSMM from Universitas 17 Agustus Surabaya with research title Influencing Factor Safety Quality Cost Delivery People on Lean Manufacturing Implementation at Directorate Production Indonesia Aerospace. And the second, Mr. Madio Sihaan SEMM from Universitas Bayangkara Jakarta Raya with research title Increasing the Role of Bank Financial Institution and Non-Bank Financial Institution in Providing Optimal Distribution for Communities During the COVID Pandemic. For the presenters, time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Niza Nurmalasari. I'm a graduate student from Master of Management in the University of 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya. First of all, I would like to give the brief information regarding the UNTAC Surabaya. UNTAC Surabaya is the oldest university in East Java, Indonesia, with credible, transparent, accountable, fair, and responsible. UNTAC Surabaya continues to step up to the top rank of higher education in Indonesia and preparing to become the best university in the world. So, in this opportunity, I would like to present regarding the influence factor of safety, quality, cost delivery people on lean manufacturing implementation at Director Production Indonesian Aerospace. So, based on Central Bureau of Statistics, the accumulated result of Indonesian export from 2017 until 2018 was increased 8.84%, was compared to the same period. So, and while non-oil and gas export was just about 136.35 billion and was increased 8.73 billion percent. So that means that the manufacturing industry in Indonesia was contribute significantly to Indonesian economics. Because business environment change rapidly, so organizations are forced to face all the challenges and complexity. They have to implement the system that will help them to remain competitiveness. So lean manufacturing concept is one of the main points in organization in order to maintain the sustainability. The one company is also implement lean manufacturing is aerospace industry. So Indonesian Aerospace streamline all activities as a world-class aerospace company to increase competitiveness. So one aspect that they are implement is lean tools is SQCDP, or we can say that safety, quality, cost delivery people. SQCDP is a lean tools as a parameters on continuousness of continuous improvement in production floor. So the objective of the study is a analysis factor of influencing factor quality cost delivery people on implementing lean manufacturing concept at director production of Indonesian aerospace. The theoretical review is one is lean manufacturing. It refers to a Toyota production system concept as the fundamental of continuously minimizing waste and maximum flow. It is also manufacturing focused eliminating or reducing waste and also increase or total utilization of activities that will increase the value based on customer perspective. And the second is SQCDP. It is a lean tool as a methodology to measure the daily team performance and deviation of the objective SQCDP with foreign object image parameter in some certain area. This is the table of maturity model for lean manufacturing in Indonesian aerospace. The SQCDP in the third line, the third point of the team maturity. This is the documentation of the research. So there are two types of the SQCDP itself. The one is SQCDP meeting and the second is SQCDP panel that they have to implement in the production floor. So the research method is we are using purposive sampling and snowball sampling for the deeper data collection. And the data collection is we are using interview, observation, documentation, and audiovisual triangulation. So there is a subject is we are research to head. There is a subject is the head of division, manager, and other position who are familiar with lean manufacturing activity in Indonesian aerospace. And the data analysis using N5 plus is a qualitative research with a grounded theory. And before we begin the research, we are follow the research ethics. So it's we have to collect the letter of agreements, preliminary observation, and briefing with mentor as a field coordination and their staff also. And also we are also briefing the author highlight and purpose behind the research and benefit and process of collecting data, protecting confidentially, and how the results are used and the right of improvement. And we have to follow the protocols of interest also. It is like we are using internal audit of lean department as the reference question. And then to get accurate, we also record the question and respond using the voice recorder. And this is the internal audit results. We are find out the red line. The red line is the percentage were not implemented when the SQCDP. So we are focusing on the red line results. And then the result discussion was found that 9 factors or 9 codes. They are the higher percentage is integrated system information. The second is training. The third is work discipline. The fourth is multifunction team. 5 is top management support. And 6 is work culture. And 7 is organizational communication. And 8 is work motivation. And 9 is employee engagement. The finding is also supporting. That related with the theory that we are fine. So it is like from the integrated information system is related to Higgs 2007 that integrated system can easier the SQCDP practitioner for doing their jobs without rechecking. And then the second is training. By lean thinking, training can help the company to realize the goals of SQCDP on lean manufacturing implementation. It is also support with the BRD in 2008. And the third is work discipline. So awareness and willingness of employees of their duties and responsibilities can receive the SQCDP practice to be a current identification result. And the fourth is multifunction team. It is has the important factors also for the SQCDP implementation. And the fourth is top management support. Top management support is we found that should be involved and support the sustainability of SQCDP practice and lean manufacturing implementation at director production. So it is also correlated with Hartono in 2010. And seven is work culture. So by fully following the procedure or system of SQCDP and making it habit, the SQCDP can run as according with the company goals. And then the next is organizational communication. It is also related to Sanjaya that organization can be seen as information processing system. So all the member in an organization or in organization hope to get better and timely information. And then the next is work motivation. It is also related to Sutrisno, that there are external and internal factors. The first is could supervise them, can complete their job without making any mistake, and also give the reward and recognition as the internal factors make them to be involved and appreciate. And the last one is employee engagement. Employee engagement is also contribute in by increasing the optimization of SQCDP. So the conclusion is we can identify the 9 factors of implementing SQCDP. And the data also indicate that the lower scores of employee engagements could be affected by level of understanding that needs to be raised as the continuity of the implementation. And from the factor achieved from the implementation of lean manufacturing in Indonesian aerospace, it is also found that Indonesian aerospace is ready to implement, but to maintain the implementation needs to be done periodically. Well, this is the end of the presentation, and thank you for the attention.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all participants, ladies and gentlemen, we say to meet you. Nice to meet you in second international conference on business and banking innovation. Halo, apa kabar? I hope you success and full spirit to join the international conference. This time I will to introduce and the international and banking innovation 2020. Hopefully, participate especially to think and provide and non-banking mission for customer service satisfaction. Or unit of surplus to borrow or foreign exchange unit. Financial institution then non-bank financial to the limitation in reality, financial activity can be designed either directly or indirectly. Borrow from saving. Prices. is very important in generally divided. It takes time. Level in protocoler COVID pandemic, COVID office and to is optimal distribution. Update strategi bank the best services and credit with control. Don't give the many step and control the norm in the national legislation. Sorry. Appropriate section. So the specification of this and standard procedure is factor is providing per distribution, so non to use regulation. So the money from banking. There are several factors that encourage and bank financial institution and the middle class of industry and technology from several. There are several types of securities that are attractive by raising funds and large number of financial institutions to big in the scope in the production and distribution on financial services in large quantity. The institution is very important. Survives to thank you for attention to all members from Mabdius.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we are entering Q&A session between the presenter and reviewers. For the reviewers, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Amelia. Let me start with my comment. For the first presenter, it is Niza Nurmala. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Niza Nurmala.
Yes, correct.
It's very interesting topic. Actually, this topic.
Thank you.
Factor influencing the safety, quality, cost, delivery, people. Yeah, especially you take a sample of director production of Indonesian aerospace. It's very interesting.
Yes.
Because it's very specific. Yeah. You start from discussing about what is it, the lean production. Yeah, the lean production, and then the result of the audit from the aerospace. When I look at the data, presented in your paper, it's mentioned that what is it? The most influencing factors is the integrated system information. Is that right, Ms. Fauza? Ms. Fauza, is that right?
Niza.
Ms. Niza.
Yeah.
But
yes.
unfortunately,
Yes.
Unfortunately, you didn't discuss well.
Oh, okay.
You have to explain, yeah,
Yeah.
what aspect of this factor that need to be improved, so
Okay.
that the quality of delivery is getting better. So you have to discuss more on this aspect because it it consists of 24% in terms of the important. So this factor, yeah, consists of 24% of the most important factor influencing the quality of cost delivery. So you have to put your more effort in explaining this factor, not only in general, but also the the aspect of this factor. So I think what are the aspect of information system? What are the aspect of integrated information system? So you have to explore more on this in this art. And you don't need to put more your effort on less important factors such as employee engagement. It's okay to discuss on this aspect, but you don't need to put more effort on discussing this one. So my suggestion is that you have to put more discussion first on the integrated system information in improving the quality of delivery. Second is work discipline and maybe up to multifunction team. Up to top management support. Yeah, you just limit up to 12% of the significance. And for the others, such as work culture, organizational communication, work motivation, and so on, you don't need to discuss in detail. You can discuss in general.
Okay,
That's my first comment.
Yes.
My second comment, again, is very unfortunate. You don't put the research implication in the last part of your paper. Yeah, I suggest you to provide managerial implication or practical implication in the conclusion, implication, suggestion, and limitation, especially in the implication. In the last section, you just mentioned the conclusion and the suggestion for future research, but you don't put the practical implication. It's very important because you discuss in specific industry, in a specific firm. So you have to give practical implication for the top management. Okay. Now, let me continue to the second presenter. It is Pak, Pak Matdio. Is that right?
Right, sir.
Yeah. Your topic
No,
is,
Miss
is this, what's your name?
Matdio Siahaan.
Matdio Siahaan. Okay.
Yes.
The topic, the title is very, very eye-catching. Yeah.
Oh,
The role
thank
of
you.
bank financial institution and non-bank financial institution in providing optimal discipline for community during the COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah.
Yes.
To make this paper better, you have to analyze the impact of the pandemic on two aspects. First, on the customer behavior. Yeah. You can look at the phenomena during the pandemic, such as many customers using m-banking, internet banking, and so on, instead of going directly to the bank. Second, you may analyze the impact of the COVID on the payment from the bank industry. You can look at the data from Bank Indonesia or OJK regarding the transaction, because as far as I know, Bank Indonesia and OJK provide information on the transaction, whether it is cash payment or electronic payment. When you look at if the information regarding the electronic payment increase relative to cash payment, you can conclude that the pandemic influenced the behavior of the customer. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Second, if you look at your topic, providing optimal distribution for community during the COVID, you can look at the at the policy adopted by the government, that use electronic payment as the mean of distribution of bantuan and so on, because all of the donation of the subsidy provided by the government now is provided using banking system. So you can analyze that, so that your paper doesn't seem to be like like opinion. When I read your paper, it seems that it is just opinion, without basing on the data, on the empirical information, or maybe from the interview. So you can use the phenomena, you can use the data gathered from central bank or OJK. That's my my comment. Okay, thank you, Pak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Luffy, thank you for your suggestion to me.
Okay, please, Prof. Monget. Prof. Monget.
Thank you. I think I will go to Nisa, Nisa. Yeah. This is very interested paper.
Yes, thank you,
I like
Prof.
the one thing is you mentioned about the in your paper is talking about the ethic,
Yes, business.
Many researchers in social science usually have to mention about the ethic treatment of the Indian, but it is very rare in Indonesia mention about this, so it is very good. And then the topic is also very good. My question is on the data collection. You mentioned many ways. For example, you do observation. Is it right?
Yes, correct.
So you went to Bandung.
Yes, I was living in Bandung and then doing research about 2 months.
Okay, that is
Yes.
good. And you do interview.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doing
Okay.
interview also.
So observation, interview, and FGD too.
FGD also. I was doing with some of people of the production floor.
That is.
Yes.
Oh, that is. So you do what you call it a mix, Your method is
Yes.
mix.
Yes. Correct.
Then the result. Okay. When you talk to the result from your paper, I didn't find the this one. Oh. Yeah. Okay, you get the information and then the interview protocol and the result. Yeah. If you use NVPO, usually you can present the result. Why you didn't put in here? So I cannot check whether the NVPO is correct or not.
Oh, okay. About the result of the coding.
Yes.
You mean? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I will put it.
Yeah. Yeah. No. For your paper, but make it better. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I will put it.
You are in there is only the percentage of the coding.
Yes. I only put the percentage.
It will not give any information about the data.
Yeah. Because I was lined out. I was our selection by there's so many key informant. I was doing interview with them, so so many data I got it. So is it possible if I put some of it of the result of my work into paper or all?
I think that the one that is very important and keep the supporting what you did.
Yes. Okay. Okay, Prof.
On the integrated information system. When this is the safety and quality cost. Yeah, it is basically not something, not the initiative of the person there or the management, but it is because of the required by the Airbus. Because of the aerospace, Indonesia usually provide some product to the Airbus. Yeah, is it right? Yeah.
Yes, correct.
So that is the lean management system, the quality assurance system, and etc. Safety is basically required by the buyer, that by the vendor from the Asia. So I think it is also to be mentioned, because and then there is an implication in this case. For example, about the training. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, training.
The perception on the training among the employee is not there too. Why you didn't put there?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I will put it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I just short the explanation, so I will put it. Yeah.
Okay.
This is part of my thesis.
Yeah. Because it is, I think this is very good one.
Yes.
You have to, but for the paper, maybe you have to. It is more what you did here. It's more on reviewer of empirical work, previous empirical work. What you have done itself is not very strong being explained in here. Yeah, okay. I think that is good. For the good paper, I think you have to focus on your own research and support it by the other researcher. Okay, yeah.
Okay, Prof.
Communication organization is yeah, it is good, but it is more on mostly on the previous work. Yeah, so please make it better, and I'm sure it can be published in the very good journal. Yeah.
Okay, I mean.
It's you now, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that is good. Very good. So you work. Well, lean management is very, very what you call this? The issue now is becoming very, very interested and hot topic in the operation management. Yeah.
Yes.
So you are right. You are selecting very good topic for your dissertations, and if you focus on this, because some years ago, what is in the production process is what is the, because I am not in this area, just I forget the Tritomo. It is from ITS. What is the area? It is the for example, the ergonomic, yeah, ergonomic.
Oh, ergonomic.
Yeah, I think ergonomic, after that, and the improve, and then now lean management.
Yes, ergonomic and lean manufacturing is still in the same department.
Oh, yeah.
As the last one, I was in there.
Oh, good. Okay, I think that is my suggestion, yeah, for you. Yes. Hopefully, you are going to do with a very good paper after this. Yeah.
I mean, thank you.
Now, I would like to continue to Pak Madio. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yup. Thank you.
Ayo, Pak. Pak Madio, ayo.
Fine, Prof.
Okay. Yeah. Your paper, the topic is very interested. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
Now, after this, yeah, you have to find the data from the OJK about the data of industry, and then put the data, because what you write down in your paper is only idea, and no empirical or no data. So that will be a good way to make your paper better. And the idea and what you have done there is there. What is not there is the data itself. If you go to website of the OJK and then you put table every part of this, you can do this. So of course you have to start. It is before 2000, the end of 2019, yeah, the first year of 2020. That is in the COVID pandemic era, and then the people. You can see that the data, oh, this is very good. And now all the journal, international journal, now very eager to have something with the issue of the COVID because it is a hot topic. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I think if you do that, you will have an opportunity to be published in a very good journal. Yeah. Okay.
Baik. Terima kasih, Prof. Thank you very much for your advice to me.
Thank you, Pak. Good luck. Good luck for everybody. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Very much. Thank you.
Okay.
For committee, Miss Amelia, yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Mantio. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next session, there are 3 presenters that will deliver the research. First, Miss Sarah Lutfia Nugraha and Miss Ika Yunia Fauzia from STIE Perbanas Surabaya with research title Utilization of Payment Gateways in Fundraising Perspective Management of Zakat, Infak, and Alms, a case study of Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya. And the second, Dr. Luciana Spika Almilia SCMSI from STIE Perbanas Surabaya with research title Belief Adjustment Model with Step-by-Step Presentation Pattern in Making Investment Decision. And the last, Mr. Gaby Markus Angka Sajaya from Universitas Surabaya with research title The Impact of Capital Structure Toward Firm Performance Moderate by Corporate Governance in LQ45 Company in BEI at 2013 until 2018. For the presenters, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Who I respect all of speakers, reviewers, all presenters, and the ICOBBI committee. First of all, praise the presence of the one and only God, who has given all of us health and safety to continue to carry out activities in a healthy condition. Before starting today's presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to all parties so that I was given a very valuable opportunity to present my research at this extraordinary conference. As well as let me introduce myself and my college works. My name is Sarah Lutfia Nugraha. I come from STIE Perbanas Surabaya, Indonesia. I'm a student of Sharia Economics at STIE Perbanas Surabaya, who is in 7th semester and currently taking my final thesis project. STIE Perbanas Surabaya is a business and banking college that has been accredited A. It has 5 departments divided into diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate. One of them is Sharia Economics. So today I will present my research from my thesis proposal in collaboration with my lecturer, Mrs. Ika Yunia Fauzia. The research is entitled Utilization of Payment Gateway in Fundraising from a Management Perspective of Zakat, Infak, and Alms, a case study of Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya. Advance in technology make many people feel happy about the convenience that exists. It can see from the increasing number of online-based applications. The development of online applications simplifies community activities only through a smartphone gadget.
one of the other technological advance in the financial service industry made to facilitate social work is a payment gateway. A payment gateway is an online payment whose function is to describe and validate information on a transaction by providing policy, according to Kurniawan Susrani and Kusumajaya 2018. With this, in the financial service industry, by financial technology through payment gateways, many new transactions are not only related to e-commerce. One of them is a fundraising effort that have used economic transaction methods with payment gateways. Fundraising is an activity in the context of raising funds or other sources that have social objectives. Fundraising methods can do directly or indirectly. The direct way carried out by involving donors directly so that the fundraising process occurs directly. Meanwhile, the long process carries additional techniques for the fundraising process to occur. One social institution that accommodates zakat, infak, and alms in Indonesia is Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya. Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya is an Amil Zakat institution engaged in collecting zakat, infak, alms, endowment, and grants, including corporate humanitarian and corporate social responsibility funds, and distributes through educational, religious, social, humanitarian, and economic programs. Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya has also fundraising method using payment gateways in zakat, infak, and alms management such as OVO, GoPay, Dana, and Link Aja. From the background, with the use of payment gateway that have application in the management of zakat, infak, and alms, the researcher wants to find out more about this in Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya. This research aims to find out the use of payment gateways in the management of zakat, infak, and alms in Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya, and to find out the effect of payment gateways for Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya's donors in paying zakat, infak, and alms. Next is theoretical review. According to Kurniawan Susrani and Kusumajaya 2018 about payment gateway. Payment gateway is an online payment whose function is to describe and certify the information on a transaction by providing the policy. Payment gateway makes it easy for people to make payment transactions daily. Fundraising can be interpreted as activity to collect or raise zakat, infak, and alms fund and other resources from the community, be it individuals, group, organization, and companies distribution utilized mustahik, according to Abida 2016. And the last is about management. Management in English is called management, which takes from the word manage, which means managing, leading to carry out. In contrast, management in itself has two meanings. First, as a noun, as directors or leader. And the second, it means administration, as leadership and management, according to Furcon 2015. So, how is the strategy of this research? This research has qualitative approach. With the informant of this research is Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya and donors of Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya. Research limitation in this research. First is interviewing 10 employees who manage payment gateways at Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya as representative of Baitul Mal Hidayatullah throughout Indonesia. And the second is interviewing 10 Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya donors who use payment gateways in zakat, infak, and alms related to payment gateways analysis. In the determining informants, researchers use a snowball sampling technique. The snowball sampling technique is a method for identifying, selecting, and taking samples in a network or continuous chain of relationship, according to Nurdiani 2014. And for the validity data, this research used triangulation technique. Next is result and discussion. This research has a hypothesis that payment gateway research greatly affects fundraising activities in the management of zakat, infak, and alms in Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya. This hypothesis was made by considering a list of questions, prepared interviewing informants, and looks at the latest data accessed from the Bank Indonesia website. The volume of electronic money transaction in June 2020 reached 339,894,945 units with a nominal value of 14,955,261 million rupiahs. From this data, the use of electronic money used by payment gateway media can be used for fundraising efforts, given the ease and need for fulfilling the obligation of Muslim in giving zakat, infak, and alms. And the last is conclusion of the research. This research is a research proposal taken from a student thesis proposal as fulfillment of one of requirements for completing the undergraduate education program. This research has a research hypothesis a payment gateway greatly influence fundraising activities in the management zakat, infak, and alms in Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya. And the last, and the method used in this research is a qualitative approach with a type of case study. The research limitation used is interviewing 10 Baitul Mal Hidayatullah employees and 10 Baitul Mal Hidayatullah Surabaya donor who use payment gateway with a list of questions about the use of payment gateways from initial use to current developments. So that is all of my presentation that I can deliver. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present my paper with the title Belief Adjustment Model with a step-by-step presentation pattern in making investment decisions. The first one, I would like to explain about the background of this research. Counting informations can be used as a consideration in making investment decisions by investor. For the accounting information from the company consists of a financial statement and the annual report. For this table that you have know, from 2016 until 2018, there has been an increases companies and that publish their financial report. So it means that so many information of the company can be used for the investor to make some decisions. For example, the investment decisions. And the second one, when the individual process informations, usually the process of information is sequentially, and then the individual have a limited memory capacity. So it means that not all the information can be processed by the individual. For the objective of this research, the purpose of this study was to examine whether there were differences in investment decisions between participants who receive good news information followed by bad news information compared to participants who receive bad news information followed by good news in the step-by-step presentation pattern in the long and short information series. So for the theory that we have used in this research, The first one is bias theorem. Bias theorem is assumes that individual is rational when they make some judgment. For the belief adjustment model, is assumed that individual not rational or irrational when they make some investment judgment. So when there is the assumption of individual is irrational, so there is some effect that we have to know from the belief adjustment model. The first one that we have to know is primacy effect, and the second one is recency effect. So what is the differences about the primacy and recency effect? The primacy effect is the acceptance of preliminary information that is more considerate than recent informations. But for the recency effect is the acceptance of the latest information that is more considerate than the first information that have received by the investor. So it means that the primacy, the investor concern only the first information, but the recency effect, the investor only focus or only consider in the last informations. So there is the hypothesis of this research. So the first A and B is that we have examine the differences in investment decisions between the participant who get the good news followed by bad news, and participant who get information about the bad news followed by the good news. But for the hypothesis first A is for the long informations, and for the hypothesis 1B is for the short informations. For the second hypothesis, we examine that there is a differences in the order of evidence, good news followed by bad news, and bad news followed by good news, and information series, long or short, on investment decision using step-by-step presentation pattern. So we combine the indicator or the informations about the decision making in investment. So for this research, we use experimental research. For the experimental design that we have used is 2x2. The first 2 is a sequence of evidence that we have discussed in the hypothesis. The sequence of evidence can be good news followed by bad news, and the bad news followed by the good news. And the second one is information series. The information series we use long and short. Long information if there is more than 17 informations, but the short information is we use 8 information. For the subject in this research, we use the accounting students who are currently take or haven't taken the financial statement analysis or the investment management and capital market course. The treatment of this study is based on the order of evidence or the order of information, that is good news followed by bad news, or the bad news followed by good news, and the information series is long and short. So this is the result of the research. For the first hypothesis, the first A hypothesis is we use long informations, and the order effect that have the order effect in the first hypothesis is the recency, and the first B hypothesis is a recency effect. So that we have can conclude that the individual is irrational when the individual is irrational when they make some judgment, because not only in the content of the information, but the order of information can be the order of the information can be make some effect for the judgment or the decision when the individual have a different order. Yeah, different order. So for the second hypothesis, examine whether there is differences in evidence, good news followed by bad news, and bad news followed by good news, and information series, long and short. So the result also show that the order effect of information is the effect for the investment decisions making. So for the conclusion of this research, the first one is the finding of this study indicate that there are differences in investment decision between participants who receive the order of a good news followed by bad news, and a bad news followed by good news in a long series of information on a step-by-step presentation pattern. The second one is the finding of this study indicate that there are differences in investment decision between participants who receive a sequence of evidence of good news followed by bad news, and bad news followed by good news in a short information series in a step-by-step presentation pattern. And third is the finding of this study indicate that the independent variable of the order of evidence, good news followed by bad news, or bad news followed by good news, have an effect on investment decision maker with the step-by-step presentation pattern. And the finding of this study indicate that the independent variable of the information series, long and short, have no effect in making investment decision with the step-by-step presentation pattern. So it's meant that for the order effect is for the order information is have effect on investment decision makers, but for the information series, long and short, have no effect in making investment decision. So I think enough of my presentation. If there is any question, is welcome. Okay, thank you for my presentations.
Good afternoon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gaby Markus Angkasa Jaya. I'm college in Ubaya. Currently, I'm working at Platinum Ceramic Industry. Today, I will present you my research, which titled The Impact of Capital Structure Towards Firm Performance Moderated by Corporate Governance in LQ45 Company in Indonesia Stock Exchange at 2013 until 2018. My research background is there are gaps between many research that were conducted before, and I add a moderating variable like corporate governance. The objectives of this research are to find out and analyze the impact of short-term debt to total asset towards firm performance, to find out and analyze the impact of long-term debt to total asset towards firm performance, to find out and analyze that capital structure and firm performance moderated by corporate governance.
There are several theories that are used in this research. The first one is agency theory. Agency theory states that there is relation between shareholder as part which controls and give authorities and responsibilities, and manager as part which is given authorities and responsibilities. Shareholder usually expects the manager to maximize shareholders' value, but in fact, the agency theory describes that there is different interest between shareholder and manager, because managers tend to make the decision to interest his or her own welfare than maximizing shareholders' wealth. This problem is called agency problem. As stated in Jensen, the agency problems arise because manager prefers to invest the company resources which benefit their own interests rather than maximize firm's value. Jensen states that can reduce the agency cost because it can give pressure to managers. So it can push the managers to act more efficiently and take the right decision in investing firms' resources. The second theory is pecking order theory. Pecking order theory suggests that company can acquire funding which has the minimum risk and can choose the less cost. Pecking order theory states that there are orders in choosing the source of funding from the less risk, beginning with retained earning, debt, and then equity. The companies tend to choose internal funding rather than external funding because it has the lowest risk. In this theory, if the internal funding is not sufficient, then the companies will use external funding. The next one is financial performance. Firms' financial performance can be measured by two factors, such as accounting-based measure and market-based measure. In this research, accounting-based measure of financial performance is proxied by return on assets and return on equity. Then the market-based measurement of financial performance is proxied by Tobin's Q. There is theory of capital structure that discusses about the way to obtain firms' capital need, whether from internal or external. This theory is very important because it can determine the optimum capital structure so the company can maximizing its share price. Capital structure in this research is proxied by short-term debt to total asset and long-term debt to total asset. The last is corporate governance. Sik and Wang describes that good corporate governance will increase the firm's performance and lower the cost of capital. Corporate governance that will be discussed in this research are the size of board of commissioners and board of directors. The type of this research is a basic research. There are three types of variables in this research. There are dependent variable, independent variable, and moderating variable. This type of data is quantitative data. The type of measurement scale used in this research is the ratio scale. This research uses purposive sampling technique. The data analysis technique used is multiple linear regression. After going through the data processing, the result of the research are the first hypothesis, which states that short-term that short-term debt to total asset has a negative impact on financial performance is accepted. The result is consistent with the past research, which was conducted by Yestanvar and Ohman, Tawar, and Sheikh and Wang. The research that was conducted by Tawar concludes that the lower level of company's debt, the lower the cost of debt because of the firm's risk in default will minimize. Then it results in increasing the firm's performance. Meanwhile, in the research that was conducted by Sik and Wang, states that there is agency problem which make the companies use higher debt than it should. It can make the creditor gives more restriction for the manager's investment decision. Then it can increase the negative impact to firms' financial performance. The second hypothesis, which states that long-term debt to total asset has a negative impact on financial performance, is rejected. The result of this research proves that long-term debt to total asset has no effect on return on asset. This result is consistent with the past research, which was conducted by Muchiri et al., which concludes that long-term debt has no effect on financial performance, return on asset. Meanwhile, in this research, I found that long-term debt to total asset have a positive impact on return on equity and Tobin skew. The result is consistent with the research that were conducted by Kierevo, Pullman, and Margaritis and Siliaki, which states that there is a positive relation between capital structure and financial performance. It also refers to the research that was conducted by Margaritis and Siliaki, which find that the more the firms leverage will increase the efficiency of the firms. The third hypothesis, which states that corporate governance can moderate the impact of capital structure to financial performance, is rejected. The result of this research concludes that the amount of board of directors don't moderate the impact of short-term debt to total asset to return on asset and return on equity. But the size of board of commissioner moderates or strengthens the impact of short-term debt to total asset to financial performance. On the other hand, board of directors moderates or weakens the impact of long-term debt to total asset to financial performance. This result support the past research that were conducted by El Magri et al., which shows that corporate governance significantly moderates the relation between capital structure and financial performance. But the number of board of commissioners don't moderate the impact of long-term debt to total assets to financial performance. The conclusion of this research are short-term debt to total asset has a negative impact on financial performance. Long-term debt to total assets has no impact on return on asset, but it has a positive impact on return on equity and Tobin skew. The board of directors doesn't moderate the impact of short-term debt to total assets on return on asset, and return on equity. However, the board of directors moderates or strengthens the impact of short-term debt to total assets on Tobin's Q. The board of directors moderates or weakness the impact of long-term debt to total assets on financial performance. The Board of Commissioners moderates or strengthens the impact of short-term debt to total assets on financial performance. However, the number of commissioners doesn't moderate the impact of long-term debt to total asset on financial performance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Now we are entering the Q&A session between the presenter and reviewers. For the reviewers, time is yours.
Okay. First, I would like to give a comment on the first paper. Yeah, first paper. It is about the payment gateway. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This in general, yeah. If we talk about the role of the payment gateway, yeah, I think your research is in terms of the idea and etc. is very good, and I hope that it will be very good paper after you do it in the after you conducted the real research in this because it is talking about the role of in the zakat etc. And I think it is good if you can see the following the okay, sorry, I lost it, my note. Yeah, in general, the research methodology, you can make it better by extending the respondent, yeah, by extending the respondent. I lost the data. Okay, Pak Lutfi. Pak Lutfi with me? I cannot find the. Okay. Okay, I think I will discuss this after I make I found my note, yeah. Now I think I will go to evolusi, yeah, evolusi paper. Yes, this is talking about the what they call it experimental, and I think it is good. And the only thing that is make me a little bit
curious
or not the set it because it is only 30 in every event. That is only 30 respondent, yeah, 30 trial, yeah. Is it right?
For the participant, there is a 126.
Yeah, 126.
But for the cells, it means that the experiment, the 2 by 2, for the each cell, the participant is 32, and then 31.
Is it because it is only 30? do you think that the bias because of or maybe some participant cheating with the others is have you control with that?
Okay, yeah. For the experiment that we have the step or the step of the step of experiment, because in the experiment that use paper experiment, not web based. So and each classroom only 20 students. So we use I think we can control that each student cannot cheat, because one classroom they have two two supervisors to looking for the students. And then not only they do the experiment, so we ask them about the manipulation check question. So when they then not pay attention with the topics of the experiment, I think that is a wrong. They have give a wrong response. So for the participant, we give some manipulation check questions and basic knowledge of accounting questions. So it means if they not have a minimum requirement of my participants, so they excluded to the analysis. So I think we must set the clearly of the experiment. So I think 32 is the convenience, because some journals say that one cell is minimum cells of the participant is maybe 15. It's okay. So I think 32 or 31 is a convenience for check this results. I think that is my explanation, Prof.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And then the second thing is, I'm very curious about the short information and long information. That is different.
Okay, the short and long. In the long information series, there is 18 items of information. So we divided into two to classify. The first one is good news. Good news, it means that maybe the decrease of profitability, but for the good news is increasing in profitability. And then for the bad news, decrease. So for the short series item, we use 6. Sorry, in the explanation I told 8, but we use 6. So for the 6 information, I use the 18. So it's mean that the long series and short series information is the same information, but for the short series, I use the long information. So I think that there is some not all of information in short series is taken in the long information series. So I think the information is the same content, but in the long we have give more information, and the short is more short informations.
Okay, that is very good. I think you also mentioned and the step of the work, yeah. And then I would like to continue to KP, yeah. KP with me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. This is a part of your thesis, yeah? Is it right?
Yes.
Okay. I just have one question. It is about the way you do the estimation, yeah. The way you do estimation, for example, you try to detect what we call it the heteroscedasticity, yeah. Is it right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then from the checking, you mentioned that there is heteroscedasticity, and then you try to use what we think lock up the ratio. Is it right?
Right.
No. This is as far as my knowledge, yeah. If you do that, it is not regarded as inappropriate. The ratio, even it is not homoscedasticity, you still can use it, yeah. You still can use it. And the other question is, how you calculate the heteroscedasticity using individual variable? How can you calculate that? Because heteroscedasticity usually when it is under the model. Have you got my hetero?
I'm really not. I'm not really good in English.
Oh ya ya. Boleh kamu lihat di poin 4 ya. Heteroscedasticity test. Good?
Yeah.
My question, is it normality or heteroscedasticity?
Hetero.
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 How do you get that number from?
Saya ngomong pakai bahasa Indonesia.
Ya, oke.
Nggak apa-apa, Pak. Ya.
Silahkan, Mbak.
Saya uji pakai SPSS itu pakai tahap-tahapnya hetero. Kemudian kan ternyata terbukti adanya hetero, makanya saya pakai transformasi data ke log.
Ya. Coba didiskusikan lagi dengan Pak Putu ya. Apakah perlakuan itu tepat secara ekonometrik ya? Karena rasio itu kalau di-log kan nanti malah menimbulkan masalah lagi yang lebih besar, gitu kan? Itu kan saya gitu. Tapi nanti kalau ini datanya kan sudah oke semua ya, jadi nanti tinggal di run ulang apakah memang berpengaruh ini. Karena ini menarik. Kamu mencoba ROA, dan sebagainya itu ya. Bahkan Token juga dilakukan ya. Modelingnya cukup bagus, cukup banyak. Ini signifikansinya juga ada dan sebagainya. Nah, problemnya adalah penggunaan log untuk
transformasi data.
Transformasi data.
Oh ya, oke Pak.
Nah, tapi
makasih.
Secara umum bagus ya. Untuk untuk master ini sudah cukup bagus dan proses penyampaian ininya bagus ya. Tahap-tahapannya, discussion-nya itu kalau bisa discussion-nya nanti di dalam proses itu dibandingkan ya,
Pak.
Ya, pembandingannya ini bagus. Tambahin sedikit saja data-data atau empiris terbaru terkait dengan ini ya.
Oke, makasih Pak.
Oke, ya itu yang untuk zakat itu tadi, tolong ya, please.
Yes, sir.
I think there is a study from the payment department in Bank Indonesia talking about the use of such payment method in the economy. I think that is a good resource for you to use for the analysis, yeah. Especially also for the new why the research should be done, yeah.
Okay.
I think because it is more on qualitative method, I think Dr. Ika will help you very much to make your paper better, yeah. Okay. I think that is what I can say in this session, in this last session, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mit.
Mr. Lutfi?
You finished already, Pak Mongit?
Yeah, Pak, already.
Okay, let me continue. First, it is an article by Sarah Lutfia. Yeah. So far, that your paper is mostly dealing with literature study. If you want to, what is it? It is true that your paper will be qualitative using qualitative method, but even though you are using qualitative method, you still need some literature study. You need to support the argument, the proposition you propose in this study, especially literature regarding the use of payment method. You can look you can look at the article written by Google and Skornavaka. These two authors discuss about consumer adoption and utilization of electronic banking channel. So you can use this article as the basis of forming the argument, of forming the proposition of your study. Because I can see from your proposal, from your article, it is a lack of a literature study to support your argument, to support your potential, or maybe to support your proposition. That's only my suggestion on your paper. Now I continue to Ms. Luciana Spika. It's very interesting topic because you discuss about belief adjustment in investment. What is my concern? The only concern, is that all the respondent, I don't know, all respondent is student. If you use student as a respondent, there is one of the drawback of using student as a respondent because they don't experience the investment itself. Yeah, because it's, I suggest you, maybe in the future, I suggest you for future study, you may use such as a master student. Besides studying, they're also working. When they work already and they put their money in any investment, it could be in capital market, it could be in banking industry, they have the experience. Because in my opinion, using a student, using a respondent with experience in investment will be different because they have feeling. They have feeling of the possibility of making loss or making gain. If you are student, you don't have experience in having loss. If you don't have experience in having loss, you don't have a feeling. What is the regret of having loss? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, it's
Dr.
just for
Lutfi.
future to strengthening.
Because this is a research collaboration. So when the student do is for the non-professional investor, and the lecturer do is for the professional investor. So I do with my team for the professional investor. Okay. Yeah, we have a do for the two type of the investor.
Okay.
Dr. Lutfi.
Or maybe Bu Lucy.
Yes.
Student may also choose student who invest their money. Because we, at STIE Perbanas Surabaya, there is what we call pojok BEJ. Pojok bursa efek. You can choose maybe some of student, but maybe one of the handicap is that the number of student. What is it? Satisfied the requirement. It's not easy.
Okay, I think for the undergraduate it's okay, but they have experience for the investment. I think that is enough for them. Okay, thank you.
And for the last, is for Gabby Marcos. I agree with Pak Mongit. Actually, there's problem because it's uncommon, Gabby, to what is it? To convert the data to log, thanks to log them. It's very common in because I did a lot of research in this kind, usually the good way is to exclude the outlier. The outlier is the data that lies beyond mean plus minus 3 standard deviation. Because when the data is not normal, one of the reasons is that there are some outlier. So it's very common for econometrician to exclude what is outlier data. It's uncommon because if you convert the data into log, then the interpretation will be different. Because log have a meaning of sensitivity. If you use log data, then the meaning is sensitivity, not the impact. The increase 1% will 1 point will increase depending variable by a certain point, but the meaning, the interpretation is should be the sensitivity. That what is it? The drawback of converting from the actual data into log normal data. And the second thing, yeah, you use governance, corporate governance as moderating variable. But in the literature review, you don't discuss much on the moderating role of good corporate governance. It is different between the direct effect and the moderating effect. The moderating effect is strengthening or weakening the impact of independent to dependent. What you discuss in this article, yeah, mainly on the direct effect. That's my second comment. And my last comment is that you use long-term debt and short-term debt at the same time. Remember, total debt consists of long-term debt and short-term debt. I can see from your result that long-term debt has negative impact. Is that right, Gaby?
Long-term debt, positive impact.
Long-term debt has negative or positive?
Hypothesis or?
No. The result.
Result.
Long-term debt
positive.
Has positive. Short-term debt has negative. Why? It will be the opposite. Because total debt consists of short-term debt minus long-term debt. So long-term debt must be the opposite of short-term debt. When long-term debt increase, short-term debt will decrease. So my suggestion to use only one, not two. Because these two variables will have the opposite impact. And remember, the total debt consists of short-term and long-term. You cannot use both of them. And it's very common in practice to use only long-term debt, Gaby. To use only long-term debt. That's my suggestion. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And when you look at the impact of commissioner, and director, especially the moderating, you can see that director and commissioner, especially the number of director, weakening the impact of long-term debt on performance, weakening the impact. Weakening the impact, it means that long-term debt itself has negative impact, but with good corporate governance, the impact will be less. The impact will be less. So because you use good corporate governance as the moderating variable, you have to explore on that variable. It's very interesting, It's very interesting to discuss about the impact of moderating variable. So you can look at the result, When you use director, the number of director as moderating variable on long-term debt, the impact is negative, while for short-term debt, the impact is positive. It is always like that. Okay, that's my suggestion. Thank you very much for all the participants.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I have 1 second, please?
Please, Pak Mungit. Please,
yes,
Pak Mungit.
Mr. Mungit.
Okay, Sarah, your topic is very good, but please, please add in your background about the COVID-19, because of this, the contact distancing and social distancing, etc. The use of the gateway and electronic payment
Yes.
will be
Increase.
very good idea, will increase, etc. So I think that is the thing that I found in my note here. So please add this. It will be very good paper. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for reviewers and congratulations for all presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the end of the last presentation session. The host of this Zoom will lead you to main forum, and we will proceed to the next agenda. From me, thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.